Welcome to our regular weekend backlog broadcast. We're going to finally wrap up the series that we've been working on for the past month. We are in the 5th consecutive week of the Tempest Funk Escape Room series, previously having completed them in the order 4, beginning with Fractum Memoria, an early version of Fractum Memoria, in fact, which I believe was later maybe slightly revised in some infinitesimal way, followed by number 1, Abstract Obstruction, number 2, Incomplete Scrawls, number 3, the Rosetta Box. So far, completed all of them, well, I wouldn't say straightforwardly. Some of them certainly took us sessions that ran into, I guess, 2 or 3 hours of playtime. Precipitation Meditation, I guess, is a bit of an honorary escape room level. Sorry for the spoilers, those of you who haven't seen these before, but there is, of course, a QR code in this level, and some other delights that you'll have to go back to the replay to see. But yeah, we are finally at the end of this series, Culmination Crisis, a level that came up in just about a week ago, I think. But I think there was also a slightly early playtesting version that I saw come up before that. At any rate, we may as well get into it. Before we get into it, however, and thank you very much for the host, it looks like we have a little bit of a clue in the description already. Impossible escape room, as opposed to the hard escape rooms that were previously described, and this is for the initiated only. I think we've been initiated, so that checks out. And hey, Bex Plays. Yeah, thanks again for the host. I don't know if you've seen us play this series at all, but yeah, finally at the end of this one, it all ends here. Initial HC by now. A couple of clues buried in there already. You're surprised I'm not playing 3D All-Stars. I was playing it on the launch night, playing it for a while. It's something I plan to dip into if we have some more advanced streaming plans, I suppose. But I've really been looking forward to this in particular. I mean, we started playing this escape room series, I think, before I knew that 3D All-Stars was coming. If we're thinking about late August would be when I started number 4, Fractum Memoria. And so I've been going through these week to week and thinking, okay, am I going to get this done ahead of time? And yeah, we've been rolling through these. This is a very good series, by the way. I highly recommend it. I'm not going to spoil any of the solutions, although I think maybe playing this level could potentially spoil all of the solutions. So I may as well punch in the code for you, in fact. Oh, you dropped that by your... Okay, he dropped that by your stream, yeah. Well, for the benefit of people in chat, I'll punch that in. But anyway, before I jump into the level, I'm going to talk about a quick thing that I did off-stream when I saw this final piece of the puzzle, final puzzle of the puzzle series, I guess, come up. So, HC is something that stands out immediately as referring to Herman Cabot, the character who was in the VK social media page that was part of the solution path to Fractum Memoria, and is in some distant way, perhaps, related to the historical landmark of the tower associated with John Cabot in Nova Scotia, which was part of the geographical clue that was the centerpiece of Abstract Obstruction, if I remember correctly. No, actually, it would have been the graffiti level, Incomplete Scrawls. So Incomplete Scrawls would have been, yeah, the one with the geocaching. So before I jump into this level, I will say that one thing I thought to do right away was take a look, once again, at the social media page that we previously had as part of the clue. So let me bring that up. And here we are. So here's the page for Eli Earlson, That was the part of the clue. And yeah, it is crazy that the medium allows for this, in that it's finally some way to extend the possibilities of Mario Maker past the interactions that are suggested by Mario mechanics, in that it's bringing in, I guess, a lot of ways to use the mechanics in ways that have this external referential meaning. And so I think that's the way a lot of these pen and paper escape rooms work, is that they effectively extend a tool set by thinking outside of what you can merely do with the Maker rules, and thinking about how to make Maker objects signify things in the external world, or really just in the online world. But the reason I bring this up is that previously we just kind of blazed right through the social media page in order to find the clue that we were looking for, which I believe was the H.G. Wells Time Machine volume that was buried deep into photographs. And we had also played Fracta Memoria first, before playing the other ones, which is rather significant because it is meant to be played in a series, and so I thought I would come back and take a look at this. So this was the image that was the vital clue previously. It gave us the key code that was associated with the publication date of the Time Machine, which some viewers may remember I managed to pull from memory. Not that I'm boasting. But there's quite a lot going on in this photo set that we had not paid attention to, because we wouldn't have known to recognize those elements. And maybe there's even more to it that I haven't seen in detail, like little bits of Photoshop, little bits of editing that have made this part of a puzzle clue series. And so I think it would only be doing our due diligence to comb over this very quickly before we go into Culmination Crisis, because the clue in the description HC Phi tells me I should be on the lookout. And here you are, the USS Phi. USS Phi. So yeah, this series has been long in the making. Very unconventional name for a battleship in the US Navy. And so here are three of Grandfather's and best friends. The sort of frame story for this being that the grandfather character, I believe, is Eli Earlson, who lived from 1922 to 1944, died at the age of 22, and yet was old enough to be a grandfather. Probably left a child in the womb when he enlisted and went off to war. Oh, I guess America entered the war in 1941, so yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Frank Green, Samuel Semi Roberts. Oh, S-E-M-Y. S-E-M-Y. I see. Okay. I didn't even notice that when I was combing over this previously. And you have Herman on the right side with his eyes scraped out. And you also have the thing that looks like the letter Phi that I previously described as an intersection of an Allen key tool and the truncated circle, which are symbols that you see sometimes separately and sometimes in conjunction. So yeah, here they are. This looks like it's something from the amphibious landings in D-Day, actually. I mean, you know, not the initial landings, obviously, when they were in the heat of battle, but it's some amphibious landing somewhere, which I guess would make sense when you place it around 1944, when things like the Italian campaign are well underway. I don't know where that is, though. And here are the company men ashore. And here we are, your grandfather, your grandmother Elizabeth, and Herman Cabot. Now, the thing is, my facial recognition is really not good enough at all to know if this photo set does in fact represent a consistent set of characters. We'll just have to kind of take it on faith and recognize Herman from the way his eyes have once again been scraped out, and the way that he is accompanied, once again, on the top right by the Phi symbol Grandfather and his friend Herman between voyages. Okay. Grandfather and the clue. And once again, the symbol on the top right, which we previously would not have known to notice. Now, yeah, Grandfather, Billy, Lisa, and Jack. Don't know if I recognize that as being part of anything, the way that SEMY earlier was scrawled into graffiti on the tower. And, okay, here's the Rosetta box. This we definitely would not have seen, partly because I think I just found the 1895 clue and skipped right out of there. So, this was rumored, of course this is, you know, fairly close to the 6x6 key code image that we see in Escape Room 3, and rumored to have belonged to a long line of noteworthy people such as Washington Irving, Emily Dickinson, and Robert Frost. So very much a necklace with a poetic legacy. And of course, Robert Frost. We rather memorably sketched his portrait in the editor and hit a very colorful dead end. Aha, look at this thing. A necklace my grandfather bought for Elizabeth while stationed in Egypt. Yeah, he totally was part of the Italian campaign. I think that's certainly part of the lore here, if he was kind of coming in from the African theater. The North African theater, and I guess it was very much a substantially British holding at first, but, you know, to campaign against Rommel. 1942 on. Features a hyperbolic triangle. An example of non-Euclidean geometry? Well, kind of. I mean, if it's something that is sketched on a curved surface and kind of flattened back out into a plane, like you could imagine it being a triangle created on a curved plane and then sort of straightened out into 2 dimensions. You would get something sort of extruded like this. An example of non-Euclidean geometry, the sum of its angles sum up to less than the 180 of a normal triangle. When you always assume things are normal, you may miss out on the fantastical. Now, I think this is actually referring to the very first level in the series, Abstract Obstruction, where the 180 degrees... I do have my notes sitting around, but it figured into the clue with hitting the clock. When you always assume things are normal, you may miss out on the fantastical. That sounds like something that may be a clue, but we'll see. Ah, look at this thing. In 1944, my grandfather shipped the USS Phi, PG-262. Let's keep that in mind, by the way, PG-262, in case that is something that is ever relevant. Unless it's something we already punched in somewhere? No, I don't think so. Sank off the coast of Newfoundland when it supposedly hits a naval mine. Miraculously, a naval mine, as in like a belly button mine. We're just navel gazing here. Miraculously, there were no casualties except for my grandfather and Herman Cabot, who were both never found, although we know from Recta Memoria that Herman lives, I think, and Herman is evil. They were presumed dead. It was as if a bomb was cast into the sea, which was, of course, what we did in the graffiti level, I believe, in Complete Scrawls. So, basically, we're wrapped up in some kind of time travel meta plot, where we too cast a bomb into the sea as if we were in 1944, blowing up the ship in order to collect a key to progress out of the escape room. But let's not think too hard about that. Now, look at that Phi symbol once again. I believe that's the Grand Tour. Nothing else that we need to know about, I think. We had seen the sound file, of course, as part of the Recta Memoria progression. Okay, so I think that's a pretty thorough look at that so far. So why don't we close that up for the time being. and take a look at Culmination Crisis. Let's make sure that we have the notepad out as well. Yep, Escape Room 5. Oh, it's not the 13th of September. That was last week's designation that I copied over. It's the 20th of September. Okay. Or I guess it's probably the 21st now. Or, no, 20th. Okay. I can't tell time, as you probably know from seeing me attempt the clock clue. So let's get in it. Rather long preamble, I know, but we've come a long way, and I think it's maybe important to review where we have been before we continue. Okay, so we see Emits. This is a recreation, of course, of the opening of one of the escape rooms. We notice a couple of changes. First of all, that you cannot die to the spikes early, so it looks like there's no death or power-up loss or something like that. Secondly, that the blaster gate is already down. Previously, if you got into the room and jumped, you would lower the munchers by 1 layer. Yeah, because if you jump in that zone, you always toggle a switch, and then that's how we hit the clock to hit an invisible block at a specific time. Let's see what's different. Last time on Escape Room, yeah. Well, it's nice to have this kind of down on record. It is a long journey, and I think this is the kind of experience that has earned a bit of a review. So anyway, here's 0 and 1. We know this already because this was the Magic Koopa randomizer, where 0, 1, and all of the various numbers correspond to this clue here that's been given by the generation. Now, I'm pretty sure this must be the same as in the previous time that was seen this. Let me pause this for a second and take a look at whether I still have my notes from this segment. Ah, yeah, Escape Room 1. Let's see if I can bring that up. There we go. So, in Escape Room 1, we had 0 assigned to Spiny Red Koopa and P-Block, and 1 assigned to Red Koopa and Green. And indeed, that's something dependent on the logic of the game when it comes to the way that the RNG manipulation works. So it's not something that's up to the maker anyway, depending on, of course, the finer points of the Magic Koopa setup itself. But I think basically that we should expect all the numbers to be identical should they come up. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so this is the image drawing clue based on what we knew previously, drawing the YouTube symbol. It may this time give us a different symbol. But yeah, we did figure out how this works. We have to think about it like logo, where you drive the turtle around, where you basically start with the turtle position and, or the Koopa position, I guess, and kind of draw like a diagonal that's 2 tiles long inclusive, 5 tiles up, etc. We can sketch this out later in the editor if we need, but I think if I kind of visualize this in my head, like this is the same kind of idea, where if you follow the arrows, you can see that it's actually looping around to create like a closed box, I think. Because, yeah, 2, 5, 2, yeah, that gives you something that's sort of 8 high, 8 wide, and just kind of completes a rounded rectangle with the red. And then, yeah, we'll think about this and we'll punch it in if it's necessary, but... Ah, okay, so here is what was previously the YouTube address in the solution in the first one. Okay, so that's interesting because Yeah, we have these numbers once again. Let me just check my notes. I think this is equivalent to, in some order, to 1 and 0 that we saw earlier, though, which... Of course, we have to keep in mind that there was like a bit shift in that level as well, and so we have to be on the lookout for any kind of clue like that. Yes, Spiny first is 0, E first is 1. Okay. The fact that the V equals is all the way back here suggests to me that we should be reading this backwards. So the question is, are the letters mirrored? With U, we can't really tell. Y is Y. L would be J if it is mirrored. S and Z, of course, like Tetris, except 3 tiles high, would be mirrored. G and Q would not be anything, though, so I think it's actually just going to be reading it straight backwards. 1K-Man, doing alright. Hope you're doing fine as well. And that you've also been enjoying the 3D All-Stars collection. Now, let me see here. Okay, why don't we just go backwards and get this down and see how it goes. Bring up the notes. There we go. And it's going to be V equals U, Q, G, Z, T. Now, I did say this was 0, right? Yeah. S, L, Y, and 1, and U. So we're going to plug that into YouTube and see if it's a hit. If it's not, then I'll assume that we should look for some additional clue in the image sketch, or continue to scan the level for some other context, like something like a Caesar cipher or bit shift. But let's just take a moment to punch that in. Which makes me wonder, by the way, well, let's see if this works first, because there's a specific thing I'm wondering now about this clue and the way that it's set up, which I'll get to as soon as I find the correct window to punch this in. Oh, and it is totally a hit. It is totally a hit. 1 second while I turn the video into something presentable. Now, I know from experience with the previous levels, Tempest Funk, that the audio on your videos can be normalized a bit low, so I'll need to do a little bit of stuff on the production side. But just give me 1 moment. Anyway, so it's a hit. Let me show you how it looks in the browser. Looks like this. I'm going to paste the link in case any of you want to follow along locally, and in case the video does not come through on the stream, because I do know that playing videos in browser displays as really, really choppy. And the videos themselves in the past have not been as choppy as they look in the final product that you see from me. So here is the video. I'm going to paste that link into my notes as well. It spills over a bit in the display, but you'll just have to trust me when that is the full link I just pasted in chat. So yeah, that's the YouTube clue. And you see right away in the video preview that you've got the necklace that was from the image clue. You genuinely thought it was going to be a Rickroll with codes in it. Well, I have seen that kind of thing before. If it's something like a red herring solution, then yeah. Now anyway, the thing I wanted to observe about this solution is this. Did you, Tempest Funk, let me hide this. Did you seriously upload the video and re-roll it over and over again until you got numbers that were precisely 0 and 1? because that seems to be almost too convenient that we didn't have to go through our notes for the previous levels and... Well, I did go through the notes for the previous level, but the fact that I didn't actually need to consult the random generator for 2 to 9 makes me wonder. And yes, that is an actual question. That doesn't give anything away, right? We found a video. I'm just wondering, like, did you seriously, in putting this puzzle together, actually, like, re-roll the digits onto YouTube code, or did YouTube just... Okay. Yeah. That's almost too convenient, but... I think that actually speaks to the kind of effort that was put into making this level coherent, that you actually re-rolled the code until you saved the player the effort of going through the random generator once again. Anyway, we're low on time here. Let me pull up the video, and I'm going to turn my local output volume way up. So, brace yourself, because if we get some kind of follow or raid notification out of the blue, it's probably going to sound extremely loud, the way that I have things set up here. So, let me just bring that up. If I can find where I put my browser window and my notes window and everything else that's going on. I don't have enough monitors to do this kind of thing. Anyway. So you have an unlisted video, Herman, out of Tempest Funk. Oh hey, here's a description. This is important. Let's copy over the description first. Do not descend into the darkness. Jump left before the fall and climb back up to the light with your newfound powers. 1895-3191, we recognize that from the multi-code mechanism, the hideously complicated multi-code mechanism that was in 4, I think. But I don't know if it's going to imitate level 4 in this level, or if we have to go back to it. But regardless, let me make sure it's actually displaying properly in my notes. Do not descend into the darkness, jump left before the fall, and climb back up to the light with your newfound powers. Let me mark the flow of the clues as well, so I know where everything is. Video description. Okay, so the video itself, let's play it now, at long last. And hopefully it's not too choppy. I've got to turn the sound way up. Assuming that it's normalized the same way as the early videos were. Maybe it'll blast my speakers off.
I've been waiting for you.
Let me know if you can hear it.
This is a game. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. My name is Herman Cabot. You may know me.
He hasn't aged a day.
And if you don't, well...
notice the thing in the right side, the thing that looks like a QR code, except it's a little too fuzzy to scan.
Was a friend.
Oh, here's the Eli plot.
His. Although, at the end, he may have thought differently. We had a falling out of sorts. An irreparable conflict of ideas and interests. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm speaking to you now. How I'm speaking to you now. In the future, I hope to be able to explain things. Explain why I did the things I did.
Oh, look at that. I don't know if that just showed up in the video, but...
For the time being, all you need to know is this.
Sorry, I'm also listening.
Everything you've done up to this point has been to serve one purpose. This purpose.
To clear the escape room?
This necklace belonged to Eli. He bought it for his sweetheart while we were stationed in Egypt. Sadly, he never got a chance to give it to her. I managed to salvage it after the accident, but I never did get the chance to deliver it for her. I'm sorry, Eli. But you! This necklace will help you! Look! This necklace is an example of non-Euclidean geometry. It is a triangle drawn upon a hyperbolic plane. The sum of its angles do not add up to the 180 of a regular triangle.
Okay.
It is much less. The triangle's angles are exactly 47.
Oh, we need this.
47. 37 degrees. This is all the information I will give you. It is up to you to find the things you missed. Do you remember where you've been?
Okay. So, that's the description. Those are a whole bunch of unrelated YouTube suggestions that we'll get out of the way. Let me, 1 second.
You think this is a game?
1 second. We have a couple of things that are leads here. We have the angles. We have the image that's on the right side of what you see in the video now, and we have the QR code. Let's see if we can scroll back to where the QR code was. Also, by the way, hi, Mr. Laser. If I'm late to responding in chat, that is because I have way too many windows open and everything is hiding everything else. Okay, the QR code. Oh, wait, no, let's magnify this thing first. 1 moment. Okay, so there's no way that is something scannable, like it's in very low light, but I think I can make out what the top part says, not what the bottom part says. The top part is actually the clue that we got from the last level we played, which is the co-op. And in the previous level, it suggested that we re-entered a level in co-op mode, because that was how we progressed through number 3 when we solved that clue. I think the image may actually just be the Rosetta Box 6x6 image. It's kind of blurry, so I can't see, but I think that it's not going to be something scannable. It doesn't actually look like a QR code when you look at it close. So just give me a second. And we'll just try to punch that in as a clue. Go up. And then the bottom part says something. If anybody can make it out, that would be nice, but we'll see if we actually need it. Okay. Let's look for the QR code in the video next. Yeah, there were a couple of interstitial flashes of static, actually. So let's just roll this again and pause.
You think this is a game?
Appropriate
You
location.
fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. My name is Herbin Cabot.
Okay, it's static right there. Let's hang on. I think it's just static. Once again, I don't know if this is coming through properly on the stream because of how choppy the video replay can be. Yeah, I think that's just static, is nothing. Okay.
You may know me. And if you don't, well, you may be in the wrong place. Eli was a friend, and
Okay.
I was his.
We're just waiting for the QR code to come up.
At the end, he may have thought differently. We had a falling out of sorts. An irreparable conflict of ideas and interests. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm speaking to you now. How I'm speaking to you now. In the future,
just waiting
I
for
hope
it.
to be able to explain things.
Something that should be coming up soon.
Why I did the things I did.
Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, let's step the frame. See if we can do it. Okay. Here we go. I certainly hope the QR scan does error correction well enough to hide the bar at the bottom, but let me just try it out. Okay, we got something. It is actually plain text. It's not a web address or anything. It is straight up plain text. And I scanned it on a mobile, so let me see if I can copy it into the notes as well as the chat, perhaps. Just give me 1 second to jot that down. It says, blow up the ends rewards to find. 1 second, I have to. This is actually a little bit difficult on my mobile device in terms of the text selection. Oh, there we go. Blow up the ends rewards to find new power. Just trying to scroll through this properly. I'm awful at doing text selection on mobile. Ah, no, there we go. New power behind. Lay down your sword. And then, while the, whoops, key music is playing, we have to do something. We have to jump above the wall. Right of the sword pedestal. And then it gives me some numbers, which are 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 12, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0. Now, the 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 12 I recognize immediately because we were stuck on that for the longest time. It was actually one of the biggest roadblocks that I had in this entire series. of escape rooms was reading that number as a 12. So that is part of the 6 code entry. That was one of the other multi-code locks. Okay, so we've got a couple of orders of business, I guess. I think we're done with the video for now, unless there's something that instructs us to process it backwards or something, which would not be unprecedented. And yeah, do not descend into darkness, jump left before the fall, etc. Okay, so we've got that. You know what? We've only scanned the YouTube video so far. Before we proceed, let me take a look at the rest of this in case we have any additional instructions. Emits. Okay. When here, this was previously... Ah, this is new. This is not the Magic Koopa generator. It seems like it has a series of codes. Probably not the codes that we were given for... that are associated with level 4, like 1895 through 191. Let's try it anyway. I think it's probably something proximity-based. Probably not, actually. Because that almost certainly refers to just punching in the code in the original level. We have 30 seconds left. We can't really see much. Yeah, I know the notes are on screen. That's why I made them slightly transparent. Oh, you know what? We don't have time. Let's just go. Oh, okay, no. We only have 2 numbers on a notepad. We have 3 numbers here. Let me hide the notes so you can see. 4 numbers. And... this is the end. Okay, well, yeah, it is the end because we ran out of time, but let's read that message again. Okay, no, I think I know what's going on here. The 4 codes... well, we have a couple of things going on. We have this pipe, probably activated by P-switch if it's anything like the other level. We have this block here. We have this blocked off, but there's probably a way to get inside and do the timed entry using the sum of the angles clue. So we'll keep that in mind. Oh, you know what? Something just came to mind, actually. Let's take care of this quickly. So, angles 47, 47, 37. Let me just add that up quickly. It is 94 and 37, 131. And if I'm correct, there was something additional that we did with it, because we didn't, like, when we did the angle clue in the other one, we were kind of up into 300s, right? Like, we were tapping at, like, 360 and tapping at 300 or something like that. Let me just dig up my notes to number 1 for a second, because I have a bit of a hunch. And I think it was number 1 with the triangle. Yeah, we have the Magic Koopa codes. We have the YouTube reversal. We did the reversal, but we didn't need to do the bit shift. Yeah, 300 seconds. Ah, yes. One of the clues in that level was reset and jump the clock when the time is equal to twice the sum of the angles of a triangle. I'm guessing we need to apply the same operation to the new clue. That's just kind of a hunch, because yeah, bring up notes. 131, that's what, 262? We just put 262 in case we want to do it that way. And, you know, if we try it at 262 and we miss, not a big deal. We can just jump again at 131. Now, what was it? Ah, yes, I wanted to read the main message in the level. Okay, so we'll read the screen without the notes so you can see the entirety of the layout. Yeah, this is blocked off to the left. This was obviously not an intentional code entry. This looks like a bomb-based scroll lock. I'm guessing how this works is that it's by proximity, that you need to smash an exact number, and going to a certain height would activate something like a claw. Probably not a thwomp, or we would feel it, but... Or it might be based on scroll breaks, actually. Not scroll breaks, rather, but spawn blocks, rather, where these blocks, like a specific hit, specific number of hits would create some kind of mechanism that spawns in, perhaps. Unless it's by proximity to something that is off-screen on a top level, but it's either that or a spawn block. And eventually, I think maybe there's some passage that will break you all the way through. Okay, so here's 3 and 4. Oh, you know what? I should have taken notes on the blocks that are associated with each of the numbers, like how 3 is ice and 4 is red, but let me just do that quickly. Code entry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is red, 3 is ice, the other 2 will just fill in later. I don't know if that's going to be relevant. I think that it probably just refers to escape rooms 1 through 4, actually. That will be looking for, like, we so far have clues that are associated with each level, or at least with the central mechanic in each level, such that, you know, we have the triangle mechanic, we have clues pointing to the 6-digit lock and 4-digit lock, and we have the Rosetta Box co-op thing, where it says co-op and something else. So probably we need to dig up a code in the levels themselves and kind of punch them all in here. Anyway, Boom Boom strips off the shelmets. This is the end. This is where we timed out earlier. And here's some new stuff. Do not hate us. Wonder what's going on with the scroll blocks here, actually, like why they're even necessary. Maybe there is... Okay, anyway, we must stop you, okay, and this is going to stop me, so... I assume that punching into locking codes will probably toggle the on-off switch in such a way. And you had the sort of phi symbol at the end, too, that combined the Allen key and the truncated circle. Let me take a look once again at the block types with codes, and then... Yeah, this is... One is just going to be ground. Let me just pull that up. 1 is ground. And 2 is hard blocks. Okay, that's all the information we need. At least for the time being. Okay, I think I know what I want to try next. It was what we said earlier about dipping into this level in co-op mode, just to see if it has the same kind of multiplayer locking mechanism that number 3 did, because when I see co-op in the background of a video like that, I mean, it's an ingenious step when you encounter it the first time, but the fact that we have encountered it before makes me think that it's probably the kind of thing that might work twice. So let me see if that's going to go anywhere. So we're going to make a co-op attempt. Just 1 second. I do need to grab my additional controllers for this. Yeah. 1 second while I get the controllers set up. I think I just need to grab my Joy-Cons off my dock, and then work them in. Okay. That should do it. We'll see if this does anything. Oh, look at that. Immediate on-off interaction gives you access to this room after the P. On-off interaction doesn't affect this gate, though, so... Yeah, it's not like you have an on-off switch blocking the gate. Or on-off block, rather, blocking the gate. But anyway, this opens up. So co-op works. Let's footstool this. You know, I never design around co-op, and I never play co-op or multiplayer, and so I forget about things like the footstool mechanic, like being able to jump on other characters. Okay, so co-op is giving us the clue to spell Eli. So, co-op in level 5, spell Eli. And we have a Master Sword here, and we have an on-off activation here, which doesn't look reachable, although I didn't really see how we scrolled into this room. But anyway, there's some kind of state control there. Hopefully we can just operate Red Link here in our little 2 swords version of 4 swords, I guess, and 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Let me just get this down in the notes. And under each letter okay, let me bring up the notes. We also have the stack that's in the Rosetta box entry code. I actually recognize this. I think it is the same one that we were using in one of the 2 code entry gates, because of course there were 2 separate code entries in that level. Let me just get my notes up and just put that in. It's going to be jump, cloud, E, spike, question, brick, and really there was just one exit there, I think. So we just need to go to that side of the level and probably do this code sequence here. You know, it's only just occurred to me that it's actually kind of remarkable that my co-op guess just worked. I mean, I guess the earlier levels really do kind of train you to think out of the box in very specific ways that can be reapplied. Oh wait, don't go past. I think it's past. So don't go past. And then, yeah. We have to be careful not to blow ourselves up here, but you can always retrieve the sword. Ah, then wait door. So we have a series of clues that now looks like this. This is probably just a death zone at the end here. So the co-op sequence gave us spell Eli, 10 seconds. Under each letter, don't go past, then wait door. I think that's fairly clear what we have to do, so why don't we just go into... We have a whole bunch of leads here. Wonder what the order should be here. That I mean, the order won't matter. Like if we're revisiting the other levels for secret passages... Yeah, it's pretty clear what each of these are associated with. So this is probably going to be level 3. We have the 6 code entry, which is the throw the bomb into the sea 1, which is the graffiti one, that's level 2. Angles is level 1, and we have the video description giving us the thing to do in level 4. Why don't we just do them in order? 1, 2, 3, 4, and try to pursue these clues, although it would be on the assumption that, yeah, I mean, I guess we have explored pretty much all of the available paths here, notwithstanding the code entry. So why don't we go back and do that? Let's just move the notes for number 4 down to the bottom. And yeah, we'll just do like codes. They're going to be 4 digits. Oh, you know what? We already have a code field, code entry. Don't know if the decoration is going to matter. The ground block, hard block, ice block, red block thing. Don't know what's going to happen with that, but we'll just go back to each of these levels and see what we can do. So the first one we're going to take a look at is the angle clue. And so I think it's just a matter of hitting the clock. Unless it's hitting the clock in this level. But let's exit first of all and get out of co-op. And so let me just put the Joy-Cons away again until such time as I need them. Let me just dip in and take one more look, because yeah, we'll try the angle clue in level 1, but the alternative, if it doesn't work there, is that we are supposed to hit something with a clock in this one instead. That a certain interaction coming through here will unlock that for us. So yeah, let's just go back to level 1. And so, escape room 1 is abstract obstruction. We did clear that. And yeah, you can see we just had the reversed YouTube code as well as the bit shift. And oh yeah, I guess we didn't really have to do the image sketch, unless the image sketch gives us a second YouTube code later or something, but I somehow doubt it. I'm just trying to scan to see... I guess if we missed anything that was a secret, it would probably be buried in the subworld anyway, just so it's not revealed by the natural thing that you train players to check, which is to see if, you know, these things have things like QR codes that are buried inside, or have some other rooms that are not necessarily visible. Let's just go in. Oh, you know what? Time is just the opposite of emit. I guess the emit earlier was just training you to read the YouTube code backwards. Oh, also notice, like, I don't remember enough about the flow of this level to remember what we haven't seen, but I think maybe we either never saw this P door, or either that or never got through here, maybe. Oh no, I think that might have been one of the exits, but we'll see. I remember thinking my first time through here, and I'm going to talk for a bit since we are waiting for 262 seconds on the clock before we tap. So tapping 360 was one of the solutions, tapping 300 was one of the solutions, and so we never got as far as either 131 or 262. Which makes me wonder if anybody could ever really just find this by accident. I guess it's possible but unlikely. Given that... Oh, actually, I remember how you prevent that now, which is that when you run around a level... Not prevent, but discourage that. Which is that when you run around a level and you come back through the code room, or through the YouTube address room, I think it actually locked me out of this. And so you don't have players running around solving the level for 200 seconds, coming back and hitting this by accident, I guess. Like, you have to very deliberately wait, and that was true even for the 360 and the 300. That those were gated in the first place because there was an expectation that the player would take one of the pipes and doors right away and wouldn't deliberately wait unless they had a very good reason to. Okay, 262 coming right up. We'll see how much flexibility there is, but we are expecting an invisible block to give us some way to progress. Will you look at that? Will you look at that? Okay, da-da-da-dum. Okay, success. 262 is correct. I'm gonna mark that down on my notes, actually. I feel like one thing I was not diligent about in earlier levels was marking down in my notes what was actually right. So I'll just leave myself a little note here. 262 seconds in level 1 is correct. There we go. Otherwise, we just totally lose ourselves in a maze of notes. So we've got a couple of possibilities. We've got... oh, what? We have to get out of here first. Let's jump. Hey, you're back. You went villager hunting. Okay, who did you get? Are you hunting for completing personalities? One came in, like looking for a grumpy guy or something like that. Anyway, we have a couple of possibilities here. We have this, we have the P door, we have this, but unless you do a timed throw, I think it's not a good idea. Like, you either do a timed throw or you take damage by proximity. So I'll try that if I'm finished with trying everything else, because I would have to wait until 262 again if I take damage and lose the Master Sword. I believe my first time through a lot of these levels, as I was saying, or starting to say earlier, consisted of a lot of situations where I ran around saying, that looks like a scroll lock. And I thought, okay, no, we won't have the scroll lock unless we have the Master Sword. And I remember saying that multiple times about multiple levels. And so if the idea is that following the clues in the final level kind of gives us powers like the Master Sword to break through scrolls, then we're pretty much set. Like, I just have to look for the hard blocks that caught my attention the first time. Oh, you got the orange cat named Tangy. I don't think I've actually seen that particular villager. Okay, this is totally something. Just watch this. Watch this, watch this. This is new, right? This is new. This is new. Oh, a little bit of a lip of a red on-off block on the left side. Aha! Look at this, look at this. And we jumped and activated something. Did we just pass 131 seconds? Was there something at 131 seconds that we should have seen? Because I feel like I just jumped and something happened, and we just passed like 130, which is suspiciously close. I would have to redo the level and wait a few minutes to see that, so why don't we just jot down this code first, and then check the 131 thing. I think we probably have what we need from here, though. Okay, 1 second. Let me get the notes back to the right place. Okay, the ground blocks don't really look relevant, except for the fact that the ground blocks are surrounding the code numbers themselves. But anyway, the number that we want is 2520. You know what? In the interest of time, let's progress through the other ones first, and I'll try to remember to come back to this one. But if we hit some kind of dead end, or if we hit some kind of clue telling us to turn back, then we'll come back here and we'll try 131. Maybe that's just a coincidence or it's just some kind of off-screen mechanic, but we'll take a look at that. Hopefully, if it's actually relevant to this exercise. So why don't we go to level 2? Level 2 was the graffiti geocaching level that was throw a bomb into the sea. And the relevant clue that we want is one of the locks, right? Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it was the clue that was the text of the QR code. I forgot to close the quotation mark. Let me... Quotation mark. Actually, no, let's just remove the quotation marks. Blow up the end's rewards to find new power behind. Lay down your sword and then while the P music is playing, jump above the wall right of the pedestal and you get 2 of the entry codes that we had previously used already. Yeah, one came in 99. If you have a triple of a certain personality on your Animal Crossing island, does that mean you're missing one of them? Because I know I had like a triple jock at some point, and I eventually did kick one of them just to... I guess 8 personalities. No, that would fit. Like, if that's your only triple, then you can still have 1 each. If you care about that sort of thing. I always wanted to just fill my island completely with grumpy villagers. So everybody would just grumble at you about what a bad day they're having, but there were too many other charming alternatives that I was unable to give up, so maybe someday we'll fulfill that ambition. Okay, here's the code room. Let's just enter the codes in the order that we were originally given. So let's start with the 12 code that we worked so hard for when we played this originally. And yeah, that was the major sticking point for us, and it gives us that door. Okay. Right, because this gives us checkpoint, gives us Master Sword. And yeah, I think that's just the on-off trigger with that track. Although there are so many hidden mechanisms in these levels, who knows what's going on. Blow up the end's rewards to find new power behind. That's what the clue says. So we need to get back to the ending. Ending was probably through the key door, wasn't it? Yeah, let's blow this up first of all, just to make sure we know what's going on. Let's blow them both up in case we need them. Let's just be absolutely diligent. Now let's see if I remember the structure of this thing. Right, this was the clue taking you to precipitation meditation. I think this was very early on, actually, so I doubt it will be anything. I'm just trying to remember what the bomb path was. Yeah, that's the level ID and alphabet code. Right. Okay, so we got all that. We need to find... Okay, here's the whole missing graffiti clue. Look at these 2 guys, the Allen key and the... what is it? The truncated circle. Their powers have not yet combined. Right, and this was the clue to tap the right block 12 times. This is the QR code associated with this level. Let me check the thing here. Yeah, alphabet code to the left. And here's the tower. You know, if the boat in the lore was sunk by Herman Cabot doing the thing that we did here, which is throw a bomb into the sea, how does that match up with the graffiti being all the way in Nova Scotia if they were in the middle of the European campaign, I guess, in 1944, unless the ship was resupplying in Nova Scotia or something? I don't know. I'll have to check the VK page for that kind of thing. Okay, anyway, we remember this original progression. This was, I believe, one of the last major actions of the level, to come back here with the key from the tower. Right. We check that. And... ah, yes, this was 1-ups. Okay, so... here's the congrats screen. Okay, this is where the clue is relevant from earlier. I'm looking at my notes and it says, blow up the ends rewards to find new power behind. Lay down your sword and then while the P music is playing, jump above the wall. Okay. I think the 1-ups are probably the end rewards, which tell me that... well, let's destroy this first of all. I mean, it's possible... oh, no. I was originally thinking that, oh, maybe there are blocks that are invisible blocks that are one layer up, which were previously inaccessible, but that can't be true because Link is actually able to tap those from the side. So that's probably a spawn block. Let's go back this way. So it's probably going to, you know, drop, I don't know, SMB2 or something from that position. It's... ah. Okay, we got a boot. And the clue says, lay down your sword, and then while the P music is playing, jump above the wall right of the sword pedestal. So we need to get rid of the sword, and then we need to find a P switch. Shoe gets you across safely, right? Oh no, we need to go back to the pedestal though, so this is wrong. This is wrong. Okay, darn, we have to start over. Let's raise the clear rate first. Yeah, no, we have to go back to the pedestal where we got the sword, and so the P-switch activation is going to happen between those 2 points. Let's do that again. So, here we go. I'm going to come up and do this. Okay. So that's going to be the sword code, and then we go to the throwing the bomb off the tower interaction that is in the bottom right door. After that, we then plug the key in here, grab the shoe, come back, and... oh yeah, no, we didn't enter the second gate code, and I think the second gate code is actually the thing that activates the P-switch. Yeah, I forgot that we hadn't interacted with the second gate code yet. So here's the sword pedestal. The eventual interaction will be jump above the wall right of the sword pedestal, which tells me we come here with the shoe and we just jump. And it says while the P music is playing, so it looks like it's something timing dependent. We have to hustle over here, jump, probably get over there with Kuribo's shoe, so let's just do the whole circuit here. I think I should probably be right about this. Okay. So come back here. Drop the bomb here. Grab the key. And yeah, pretty straightforward. Yeah, blow this up. Not really in endless, don't need one-ups. Come back here, release the shoe from the spawn block. Oh, no, I get it. It's... Right, because when you go in there, that's actually a sword detector, and that's the thing that enforces the off state. Right? So... The reason we lose the sword is because there is a sword check. So we have to lose the sword in order to come back here, and then, yeah, that allows us to enter the second code. Because otherwise, when you come in here with the sword, there is a progressive power-up check that disables the code entry. 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0. If I'm correct, it should activate the P-switch, and then we have a limited amount of time to get back to the sword room, which is through this door here, so... Let's try it. I have to be fairly accurate about a jump, I think. Okay, let's hustle. And up the wall. Whoop, gotta be quick. Oh, got it. There we go. 1618. Let's get this down in the notes. Now, it doesn't look like the hard blocks that were around the code entry in number 2 were relevant, unless there is some kind of increment or operator that is associated with the block type. It might just be an aesthetic thing in the code entry that is in Culmination Crisis. At any rate, let's make sure we get... This is 1618, right? I would have to be extra careful about the transcription sometimes, because often when we hit dead ends, it is because of transcription errors. And we don't want that. So yeah, that's it for number 2. Next will be number 3. Number 3, okay, we had co-op clue, which we already applied to Culmination Crisis. We had the... Oh yeah, the spell Eli. 10 seconds under each letter. Okay, let me think about this, because luckily I still have my screenshots from last week. Let me just dig those out. Well, we'll exit first. We'll want to check this, but basically we have the whole alphabet code. I think I still have it. Along with the portrait of Robert Frost. So here's the portrait of Robert Frost for those of you who missed a stream last week. But yeah, so this is the alphabet code. A, B, C, D, E. Let's jot this down just to be absolutely clear, because if you're spelling Eli, that would create a 3x3 grid. That would potentially give you 3 numbers. And we know that there is a 3-number code entry at some point in this level, but yeah, that was the one where we entered pi with 314. Spell Eli, 10 seconds. Let me see, because if we want to spell Eli, E gives you hard red, blue. L. Wait, A, B, C, D, E, F. No, I remember, because S is the beginning of the next row. G is the beginning of the top row here. L would therefore be spike, ice, hard. Next is I, GHI, is going to be blue E ice. Now, if this is supposed to be a 3x3 grid that translates into... So each of the letters are columns, as you can see. But this may be creating a grid where each of the rows are numbers. So for, yeah, we spelled Eli. Let's see if this translates to a number. So here's the number key, image 1, image 2. So we just need to see if this matches up to anything. And the way that this puzzle was set up, like even with the Robert Frost non-solution, it should be fairly clear to us whether to pursue this line of inquiry or not. Because we're looking for a horizontal pattern that is hard, spike, and blue. And it should be in order. Because while all of these combinations, I believe, are unique, I think... I actually don't remember if we determined that they were unique or not unique in terms of whether order matters, but I think we determined that we should be reading them in order. But I don't see that combination anyway. Like if we're looking for hard spike blue, they never appear together. So for instance, in the bottom right, we see blue spike and ice, but we would need to... Yeah, bottom left we see, or rather second row from the left, we see a spike hard question, for instance, so 2 out of 3, but we don't actually see that. So I think this is probably wrong. We're not looking for the 3x3. This also doesn't make sense of the 10-second, to wait 10-second thing, so let's go back to the code entry. Yeah, so far the code entries that we've been given, where it reminds you of the code that you have to punch in, have led us directly to the room that we need in order to save us time. It did in level 2 anyway, there was nothing like that in level 1, but level 2 gave us the relevant codes in the QR code clue right away. So let's go back to the relevant half of level 3 using jump cloud piece spike question brick, which I think actually does match up, as I said before, to the clue that we had used when we actually played it. Let me just search through my notes, see if I can find where that was. Yeah, here it is. So this was what we had. The main room, when we decoded it, it was jump cloud piece spike question brick. So we want to go to the corresponding red pipe code gate. So let's just go back to the level and do that. I think this is, let me note, this is probably a dead end, so we're not confused. Then we need to do the spell Eli 10 seconds under each letter. Let's go back to this. Don't go past, then wait door. Okay, so that's the part we need. Okay, so yeah, let's just go back to the code room. I think it was this way. Left side was the hint. And I think, yeah, the first entry was on this side. So let's see here. Jump block up top, right? Jump P, no. Okay, I think this is it. This is jump, cloud, P, spike, question, brick. So yeah. And then we progress back to one of the clue rooms. I believe it was the alphabet room. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I get it, I get it. So I remember coming into this room and noticing that everything was made of hard blocks, like it was breakable. Such that I was actually expecting that if we, once again, had something like the Master Sword, or even just a bomb from off screen, we would be able to break out of this and continue in the level. I think what's going on is there's a bit of spawning tech here, where we can stand, for example, watch this, we're going to scroll the screen over to E. It's probably going to load something in the off-screen boundary. And we have to wait for 10 seconds. Oh, I wasn't really counting. I think this is 10 seconds, right? 10 seconds. Now, do I need to spell them in order? Probably. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, 396 on the clock. Let's wait till 386. Yeah, this would be like a hidden trick based on Mario Maker's spawning and despawning rules. We have to go back to I. L. K, L, J, K, L, I. 378, we wait until 368. Next clue is don't go past, then wait door. I guess we have to... Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Secret key. Okay, so it's not a scroll break after all. I was expecting a scroll break. Let's match the key up from somewhere. Okay, okay, interesting. So yeah, some kind of invisible block interaction that is based on, or off-screen interaction using the top half, like above where we are. I believe the subworld I think I noted previously was actually built vertically, in fact. Like where it's 2 screens wide and a vertical stack. So it's something loaded off-screen that the scroll stop is preventing us from seeing. Where we run side to side and we load it in. You know what? Yeah, here's another thing. I remember paying attention to this as a break as well. I don't remember if that was actually part of the standard part of the level. But yeah, it only just occurred to me that this was staring us in the face the whole time, and I totally forgot that we never interacted with it in the previous run. Because I think I just remembered this probably incorrectly as the main exit or something, and this is not the main exit, is it? It's actually new content, 2997. Okay. Well, that one was surprisingly straightforward. 2997. Yeah, I actually really kind of appreciate, maybe I'm speaking too soon because we still have to do level 4, but I really kind of appreciate that the clues give us these reminder codes. Even though I kept my notes from the previous level, the fact that it is a bit difficult to remember which codes were mapped to which doors and locations makes it quite nice that, you know, the player doesn't have to retrace the things that they already solved cognitively. So yeah, the Eli clue is down. This we can probably get rid of, this thing down here. Let's do level 4. Level 4 is going to be this clue. Right, because the darkness is the Herman is evil part. That's at the very end of the level. So we have 1895, 3191. Let's get there and do it. Recta Memoria. Difficult escape room. Outside sources allowed. A pen and paper recommended. We know all that already. Let's dive in and not descend into the darkness. So we'll punch into 2 codes that we've been given so far and just follow them. Because I can't quite keep the clues straight necessarily, so... Yeah, this was the music clue. This always enforces on, I think, to make sure the code mechanism is working as intended. Okay, so it's going to be 1, 8, then 9, 5, and we'll poke away at this thing. And the sequence of effects should show off which entrance was opened, if I recall. This was about a month ago, so we'll... there we go. Right, because this was the duck under the trampoline thing, right? Where you have to toggle a switch, drop the trampoline, and then you slide under, and then that's the descent into the darkness, right? Or maybe in the next zone. We see already that there's some potential for scroll breaks on either side here and to the left, so that's something to keep an eye out for if we do get something like the Master Sword. For the time being, though, I think we need to do the loop. And enter the second code in the sequence, which is 3191. And yeah, let's just hit it. Okay. Oh, right side, yeah, that's right. This thing here, here's the door. Ah, yes, on-off switch, and then we just go back, right? But let me scan this first to make sure we didn't have anything too critical here. Oh yeah, this is the reverse audio thing, yeah. Okay, no scroll breaks or anything I can see. And it's not the darkness we want, it's probably the descent at the end. So let's wrap around. And yeah, we changed the on-off state, so that should drop the trampoline and allow us to go down. But then the idea is that we have to come back up, right? So, like you see the P switches on the left side in the word in, potentially allowing that. So we need to grab some kind of power up and come back upstairs. Yeah, scroll break potential continues all the way down here, of course. The clue says, again, do not descend into the darkness, jump left before the fall, and climb back to the light with your newfound powers. Okay, jump left before the fall. Let's do that. Oh, wait. Oh no, we missed. There was something there. Okay, no. Hang on, I was just slow on the blue platform. Yeah, there's the Herman Lives thing. There's the symbol. Okay, let's redo this. We'll deceptively raise the clear rate first. And let me just do the code sequence again, and then check the left side. Okay. We know what's going on. So everything was correct, except for the jump. And yeah, this was a return door. So that's not going to be what we're ultimately going for, but 1895, okay. And then we don't actually need to do the whole loop around that though, right? Like I can enter this code, pop back up the green pipe, and just enter the other code. Because the only important thing here is to break access open to the yellow pipe on the bottom left. Yeah, we break that open, and that's fine. We can just enter the next segment of the code. Should be 3191. And we go right. And we have to do this in order, I think, because of the on-off switch. Like, there's no point doing 3191 first, because the switch will be reset anyway in order to do the code entry. Yeah, code entry. Okay, there we go. Right side. Hit the on-off state and then go back to the trampoline room. And then we need to not miss the jump. Okay. Yeah, slide, right? Using the seesaw interaction. Okay, we have to be quick. Have to go right away. Left, jump. Jump. There we go. SMB2. Shoe. And P. So, yeah, we'll probably need to use the shoe and the high jump in some order. Well, I mean, shoe obviously has to come up first before you do the SMB2 high jump, but I think if we hit the P, we should be able to head back to the pipe right away. Let me just not fall off here. Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay, new content. Yeah, we almost certainly have to dump the shoe here. And yeah, I was only really thinking of checking the walls up here because the way this is built in what must be the main world means that it's probably not going to be a wall check like we had previously. But we are back into the light. We need to think about SMP2. SMP2 is usually some kind of cloud gate or object pickup gate. Let's see here. Okay, code entry becomes a bit inconvenient here, so it's probably not going to be that. Oh, you can totally pick this guy up, though. It doesn't help you at all. Unless you want to bump yourself around left or right, but... And of course, when you pick things up with SMB2, they don't go through doors and pipes, I believe. So, yeah. Just gonna vanish. Let's just check the music clue room. Okay. Because I don't really think I looked at this carefully, but if there was a cloud gate, I probably would have noticed. Nope, nothing. Not to be confused, of course, with the Cloud Gate Millennium Park bean sculpture in Chicago, which is what I usually think of when it comes to the term Cloud Gate. Okay, no. I think For the longest time, I was just thinking of this as a return door in the way that those guys are return pipes. I think it's actually very clear. It's going to be this. Yeah, because we never used this, did we? Like, I thought it was a clue originally when we had the trampoline drop clue at some point, but that was for the seesaw, and so I just never thought about using this guy. Sort of interesting that solutions like this and the key in the previous level were just hiding in plain sight the whole time, that they were things I noticed and forgot that I didn't use. But all this time this was available. Okay, so this is going to be important. Oh, you know what? So this red block actually does match up to the red block associated with code number 4. It also matches up to the red block that is in the death screen if you don't enter the correct code. Anyway, this is new content. And this is new content where I don't think we can get up there without the aid of a P-switch. This has got to be light, right? Yeah. Look at that. 4413. 4413. But yeah, if I'm correct, all of these were pretty strategically concealed. And all of them take place in the subworlds, where the player can't just look ahead and cheat them. But let's just duck out of here and do the code entry in the main culmination crisis and see if we can get past the on-off gate. I don't think returning to precipitation meditation was at any point actually necessary. But yeah, I think if you look at each of these, you can see that, yeah, none of them really betrayed a code. I mean, this one in the top left, you can kind of see the track setup for the invisible block timing mechanism, I guess. But, yeah, this one you don't see anything but the code entry rooms, I think. Let's take a look. Right, because you go through a pipe initially at the very start of the level, and so the key door is placed in a subworld as well. This one, also notice the kanji for number 4 that's on the left here of escape. I think that's the only level that does that, actually, have the number 4 in... I believe it's the same in kanji as it is in... it's also the Chinese character. But yeah, because this logo gives you the Rosetta box, this logo gives you the phi-like symbol, yin and yang, and this just gives you, you know, a big exit sign. Culmination Crisis, once again, gives you the phi symbol. Let's dip in there and punch into codes. So yeah, emit is just time backwards, which I guess kind of fits the whole time travel plot that we've been pursuing here. Now, what was I doing? Oh yeah, code entry through here. I wonder if stuff like the yellow pipe in the main room are just there, and the clock are just there to kind of aesthetically match level 1. I was kind of almost expecting from the opening room that this would be a bit of a greatest hits level, but I guess it is just 4 codes, so let's try it. This is the moment of truth. We are going to have 2520. And 0, yeah, I'm not going to trigger anything by proximity, I think. We'll just go on. It probably is just spawn blocking some kind of necessary mechanism. Because I'm thinking about the way this is built, and I can look at the previous screen... No, I went through a pipe. I can't see it through the previous screen, but if the later scrolling segment is built up above on the top layer, then... Yeah, so imagine that this is on the bottom screen of a horizontal segment, horizontal subworld. We would later be traversing the top half. And you would have the scroll breaks that are happening as a bit of a timing mechanism to prevent the camera from moving. That was one thing I was wondering about earlier. Yeah, because we were doing that whole left to right sequence where things were blowing up, and it almost certainly is just a camera timing quality control thing. You'll see what I mean in just 1 second. But anyway, 2997. Yeah, scroll stopped up top, so I guess you have a horizontal line that's all the way across. But this is kind of interesting as well, that obviously ground tiles in the first room don't do anything, but hard blocks and ice blocks, and well, they could both be destroyed, while the red blocks in code room 4 can be deactivated by the on-off switch. So there's quite a lot here that's probably just one massive hidden mechanism that is triggered when we enter everything correctly and go through the top room. I think the impressive thing about this is that every style of combination lock throughout this series of levels has been a different kind of implementation. That's something very unique. Okay, 4413 is going to be the last one here. Yeah, as you can see, things blowing up on either side. Who knows what's going on? Surprisingly few external clues so far. We've just had the YouTube video. Okay, now here's the moment of truth. If I'm correct, the on-off state should deactivate just in time for us to push through the part where we had to squish death earlier. So this door should take us above the code mechanism. Like, we should be above room number 1. Yeah, this is auto-scroll anyway, so I guess I still don't really understand what these block mechanisms are. Obviously, we need to stand well out of the way so nothing blows up in our face. It might have something to do with, you know, these blocks being broken in advance of some later retraversal. Anyway, we must stop. Yeah, look at this muncher here that gets blocked. Yep, there we go, just in time. We must stop you. No such luck this time. We'll get through here and bust right through. So, new content. New content. Oh, look at this. Do not hate us. Look at the 2 question blocks that are on the left side. I wonder if they're just part of an ellipsis that points to this, or if the 2 question blocks will be relevant. Let's just keep that in mind. Spoilers, this will take like a year to finish? No, I don't think so. It's funny because isn't there that achievement in the Stanley Parable, which is like, don't play this game for 5 years or something? I should check in if I actually played the game more than 5 years ago to see if I can grab that, now that you mention it. Anyway, you need us, it says. I'm not sure who's talking to me. I just assume it's probably going to be the little, you know, occult symbols that you have going on, that they are secretly alien life forms of some sort, like midi-chlorian analogs that are tapping into the power of the Force. Please. Okay, so we can't hate them. They're begging us to do something. Please. Yeah, you see? You have truncated circle and, you know, the sort of Allen key, Allen wrench tool that... I think these are the guys that are talking to you, and I don't know what their relationship to Herman is. But there was the whole plot thing about returning the necklace, right? So, destroy New York? Destroy NY? Oh no, destroy this guy, no or yes. Like, kill the animals, save the animals. Well, they were begging us not to destroy them. But then everything is built on reverse psychology. But they did provide us with all the clues. This is sort of an Undertale thing, you know? Do the pacifist run where... We rarely ever had to kill anything, actually, in the course of doing these levels. I guess we had to kill the Goomba that was in the shoe that was spawn blocked. So it's not totally pacifist. But close. No, we're not going to destroy. I can actually come back and see the other ending. If it is an ending, it may just be a plot thing. Oh, look at that. Ah, yeah, you see the buzzy shell that's to the left? The buzzy shell would preclude you from hitting the hard blocks that are on top. We have to see this. Secret ending. Not quite a 4YMM cake, perhaps, but... Okay, so here's the heart. Ah, yeah, it's like the Phi design. And, heart. Redox is going fine. We just finished, I think, the last episode of the escape room, although... Yeah, I guess the other ending would just take you... Like, if you choose to destroy them, they would just take you to the Buzzy Helmet. I kind of want to see if there's an associated cutscene or something, so let's just tap the flag. Get the clear. And go back and see that. And we escaped. Not really a speed record by any means, but... So yeah, thank you, Tempest Funk. Considering that I was introduced to this by you just dropping by and playtesting number 4, I think we've had quite an adventure over the past month, really. Let's do this over again to see the alternate ending. Code entry over here. Okay, once again, 2, 5, 2, 0. Yeah, I think I know the general principle of how this code mechanism is built. In terms of, like, eventually you want to have something that's scrolling over in such a way that activates the on-off switch at the last minute, right? But, like, I understand the principle of it in that I know the cutscene passage after this is probably built on a top layer. I just have no idea what you're actually spawn blocking here to get this mechanism to work. I say it's not a speed record, but I absolutely smashed everyone else's first clear time. You know, I felt like this was way more straightforward than the levels themselves. Maybe it's because I... Sorry, let's count here. Number 8, right? This was way more straightforward than all the other ones. Partly I think it's the lack of red herrings, and partly it's the lack of external sources or media clues that we had to parse, right? Like, I mean, it was just a video, and it was the text under the video, and that was all there was. Like, I don't think I ended up having to use the Eli Earlson VK page, or indeed most of the harder external interactions in the previous levels. Yeah, and I guess I was kind of, I did it in an hour and a half. Yeah, I guess I was kind of taking my time with, you know, doing some of the Grand Tour stuff as well. I guess 1.5 hours would subtract the whole prologue, but I do, like I often say, I spend much longer on puzzles on stream than when I'm playing off stream, simply because I do so much, like, talking and checking things. And so this felt really smooth. Like, I didn't feel like I got stuck on anything, actually. And a surprising number of intuitions were actually correct on the first try. Like, the co-op intuition was correct. the summing up the angle to like twice the angle was correct. Like a lot of the intuitive stuff just totally worked out. And I guess it's one of those things where like I've been trained by these levels to read the logic in a certain way, right? And 4413, yeah. This is the end. No, it's not too obscure at all. And like I was saying, the fact that you provide the clues to retrace the code entries in the previous levels to save the player time makes a lot of that straightforward, in that you are pointing them to the rooms where the interactions are going to happen quite directly. So you don't have to spend a lot of time re-navigating the old layouts and doing the maze. And so anyway, let's kill the animals. I'm still trying to figure out like where these little creatures that we saved or decided not to destroy, like how they fit into the plot, like whether Herman is just a manifestation of them or something. And we never actually did return the necklace, did we? Like what happened to the old necklace in the plot? Oh wait, you know what? Maybe this is part of the ending here, is that if we killed him we claimed the necklace? I don't know. That's why we have to see these things. Yeah, no, this went very smoothly. It's very much like a review. Destroy? Yeah, we're gonna destroy. Did we seriously get trapped? No, 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 it's just a cutscene, okay. Okay. And it gives you the galaxy music, but it means that... Ah, yeah, here's the spawning mechanism for... that. And the scroll stop means that you don't actually get to see what's above in the secret ending. Okay, very nice. You have a headcanon for everything. You might explain things if you do future things, but no promises. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to do one last thing here. I want to take a look at the preview screen. We actually never saw this screen in this level here. You all missed something. Time times 2. Ah, okay, so you have a clue here for people who forget to sum the angles using the equivalence. Right? You all missed something. So I guess you all missed something is something that you can only see when you tap in here. I totally didn't miss something, so I guess that works out. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the time times 2 thing to see if you actually have something going on at 131 seconds here. So we can talk about the levels while I do that, since it's just a couple minutes of waiting. Let's just get back in here. We worked to get here. Let's just do a bit further exploration, because I find that sometimes when I get things right, what I don't see is the way that dead ends or wrong solution set. Oh, you can save me time, nothing happens 131. Okay, okay. I just thought it was just an odd coincidence, and that earlier on, you know, when I got to the code room, I seemed to set something off at around that time. But I guess that would be one thing that could potentially stick people. Like, if they don't remember the way that that clue works, then you have to let them scramble and flail around a bit until they check this. And when they check this, they see the additional reinforcement of the angle clue. So, yeah, this worked out really well. Overall, a great level. I mean, I don't know if you ever want to publicly or even privately disclose the way your key locking mechanisms work, or rather the combination locks, because, like, obviously for the hideously complicated multi-code entry. You hid the thing in the dark world. And then there was, of course, the whole spawn blocking that went on in this level, and the other code entries I can kind of see how they work. Like, that's pretty straightforward, but from a sort of mechanism perspective, I'm actually really curious. I mean, you don't have to spoil the magic and pull back the curtain, but I definitely wonder. Yeah, obviously you didn't want to show things before the 5th one was done. Yeah, very true. And yeah, you might want to just wait a bit anyway to make sure you get this around to everybody who is still in the middle of working on a series, so they don't just go around looking for solutions and spoiling themselves. But anyway, great series. I guess it's mostly platforming levels from you otherwise, right? Like you had Springfall Gauntlet, which we saw. This was also tagged RTD. You know what? Yeah, you got a pretty big pile. Let's take a look at one more as a bonus, unless you really want to take off and get some sleep or something, like a reasonable person. Alchemic Algid Alteration. Algid? Or Algid? Oh yeah, like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, difficult traditional platformer. Yeah, sure, let's take a look. Very lengthy record, though. So we'll see what this is all about. Right, you're in Pacific. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is, yeah, based on Magic Koopa spawning and you... Right, because, transform to flower and then it bounces up right away and you just have to hope you don't get a coin, right? Or does the flower never turn into a coin? Also, I guess if you have coin blocking going on, like if you limit whether a coin can spawn, I guess you would guarantee that you get an enemy out of this, or how's this working? Because I see enemies blocked sometimes, where you force the Magic Koopa to spawn a coin. Okay, the coins can spawn, okay. RTD levels, you're limited on the items you use, right, as with the Boom Boom level that we saw a few days ago. Yeah, I guess if a coin spawns, you just have to wait it out, and we're also looking for, whoops, a true ending of some sort, given the level description. So, okay, I get it. So yeah, I have to be careful with all of these spawns, including the ones up top later. I was a bit complacent because the first time I just saw a lot of coins come out here. Oh. But I think we just need to go quickly. Jump, jump, jump. Yeah, I think after the amount of design work that goes into, you know, building stuff like the whole Rosetta box layout and such, I'm sure you're eager to take a break from all that and just go back to platformers. I mean, of course, there's quite a bit to these mechanisms as well. Missed the mushroom. Okay, we need to ride something here, not a spiny. Goomba is okay. And, okay, a series of jumps. We'll do this first. Okay. Nope. Yep. Okay, and then this will give us bonus up here. Whoops, sorry, I just needed to check something off stream for a moment. Yeah, okay, so this is just a little bit of a short jump challenge where we had to bop our head against us, and then mushroom. You're completely out of escape room ideas, and you went into the series with a bunch of ideas already formed. I mean, it was very obvious, of course, that you had to do them as a series in order for the last one to work. Okay, we can't just rush this. I actually do have to be careful. because of the priority to that interaction here. So let's not autopilot this. And yeah, we're finally getting some coins out of that guy. Oh, whoops. So yeah, I don't know if there were any particular non-Mario puzzle games that you were taking some of the meta ideas from, or if you're just a sort of escape room enthusiast in general. But I think from a Mario perspective, obviously, I think the thing that is most impressive is just the code lock mechanisms. But the thing that really makes those levels work, I think, is that they just have a lot of interactions that are not reducible to things that you do in Mario Maker, right? And that you, even as a very mechanically experienced player, you always have to figure out some kind of original a decryption or representation puzzle on the fly. I really enjoyed the old ARG games, yeah, so, like, basically you figured out when Half-Life 3 is happening and, you know, all the stuff that Valve likes to do for launches, or companies like Valve. I don't know, I never actually did very many ARGs myself. Like, I know that a lot of them in real life involve things like geocaching clues. And that was certainly what I was thinking of when you had a geocaching clue in the, you know, Nova Scotia Signal Hill level, or not Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. I was saying Nova Scotia like throughout the whole stream when I was playing earlier, and I was totally thinking of Newfoundland, which, you know, I know my geography. I'm not that bad at it. Great, now my video coverage of the Culmination Crisis is stained with geographical incompetence. We'll just have to record the whole thing over again. Whoops. Oh, okay, no, high jump. What am I doing? No, high jump off an object that I ride. I need to ride this guy probably, like... nope. Need to... Yeah, give me something, come on. Set this down gently. No, I can't soft drop that. Let's go back. SMB2. No, I guess I just need a bounce. Whoops. I guess SMP2 here would probably be for the true ending then. If I... Yeah, because I need to ride something over to this side, and then... You know, probably a Goomba. Like, get a Goomba to move in such a way that I can do the SMB2 high jump. Anyway. Let's think about this. And, okay, not quite. Ah, yeah, no, I need to stand on this side, because then the bounce... No. That's not how it works. You designed an escape room activity for your students. Okay, ELS. Do I know what ELS is? Or... Unless you meant to type ESL, but... I'm not sure I know what ELS is, but it might just be a temporary lapse on my part. ESL, okay, I see. That would be really interesting for language learning. Like, I've been thinking, actually, about doing, you know, like, bilingual streams or something, where I replay some old games by just trying to use them for some language acquisition as well, and because it's something I haven't done for a very long time, but like a long time ago I used to use very text-heavy games like the Civilization games to work on things like French vocabulary. But yeah, in terms of, you know, manipulating things like verbal clues, that's Pretty interesting idea to be doing ARGs with it. Whoops. One of the clues you had was to go to the 7th floor and look out the window at a billboard for a number clue to find the correct page and word in a book. Yeah. Good training for future secret agents, I'm sure. You know what? Let's get to SMB2. I think it came out of here, didn't it? No, wait. Because I feel like SMB2 Mushroom is tied to the true ending somehow. Also, after this level, I need to remember to change my stream title to reflect the fact that we are finished with the escape room. Let me check this. No, that's just a mushroom. Right, because we needed to come here without dying at the checkpoint to get a progressive SMB2 mushroom. Okay. We'll probably make an attempt at that afterwards. Okay. Yeah, I'd hate to try to go for a speed record here, given that it is, you know, randomization dependent. But, let's see here. Okay, gonna get some shells. Oh, stopping the shell like that is actually kind of interesting, and suggests what a potential approach might be. No, it won't, because if you step on it with the SMB2, you won't actually stop the Koopa, would you? Whoops. Okay, just thinking about this. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how the other people who have been finishing the entire series have been doing so far, like in terms of what their particular sticking points might have been, what they had trouble with. I imagine that the triangle clue must have been a big thing for people who didn't catch on to the doubling, but... Oh, you know what? I never actually did the picture clue. Picture clue that was associated with the YouTube address. I kind of looked at that and I sort of intuited that it was probably just a YouTube symbol backwards or something, or a play symbol backwards, but okay, let's actually pay attention here. Okay. Okay, same as the escape room, just written backwards, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. And everyone, you say, gets stuck at something different, yeah, as you would expect. Let's actually get a mushroom, even if it is not SMB2. Yeah, no, I never felt stuck in that puzzle, which is in some ways a first. I was actually kind of surprised at how smoothly it went. I guess before I saw that there were 4 code rooms, I was wondering if if I, you know, really was going to interact with all the clues in their original form, or if things like the clock, for instance, and the 4-digit codes were going to be entered in the final level instead. But once the code room showed up and all the other clues started to come together, I think it was very clear. Okay, we have to get out of here. Oh, you know what? No, I missed this. Look at this. Yeah, that's an SMB2 spot for sure. Unless we pop the shell and just wait for that guy to... Ah, no, we can't. What I can do is I would have to hit a shell punch it and then sneak over and then punch it again. Or no, I can just jump off this guy. Look at this, look at this. And Cloud. Oh wait, never mind. That's totally doable though. I think I just missed the jump I needed. Yeah, everything in the remade room was written backwards, right, starting with time as emit and all that. But backwards in such a way that the letters are backwards in order, but not in like a mirror reflection or anything. And I think it's kind of convenient that you had a YouTube code that would make that clear, that you had letters like the G and Q and such, where it's very obvious that reading them as a mirror is not going to be the way to go. And I guess emit makes that clear as well, if you notice that it is just time spelled backwards, which I did not notice until much later. Okay. Alright, we need to get this down. There we go. Okay, I do want to check the right side once more. But we'll break everything first. Okay. Get rid of that guy. And then we let somebody come here. Yeah. I'm just going to try this once more. Skull platform. Why would I want the skull platform? It would just take me all the way... actually I don't know where, but probably just back to the right, right? Okay, so that's totally true ending. Yeah, but we have to take the skull platform to go all the way back to do that. Got it. So SMB2 is not actually necessary if you jump on an enemy, but it is meant to be a gate that is accessible with SMB2 if you make it here from the start, right? Oh wait, we still have to do this stuff, okay. So I need to survive to the end on this attempt. Yeah. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we just need to hit the bounce by hitting the jump button as soon as we make contact. Wow, what a strange little interaction. That's really neat. Okay, not too high. Oh wow, gang's all here. And we need to not die past a checkpoint because that would reset our access to the secret exit. Yeah. Okay. I have not really been reading this room at all, actually. I've just been bopping everything mindlessly because I'm still very conscious of the fact that I need to not die past checkpoint. Oh, what? Getting a bit rough. Okay, I died past checkpoint. That's okay. We'll finish it. You're actually really happy with how the last escape room turned out. Okay, I see. Almost impossible to playtest. I mean, I'm thinking about what you mean by impossible to playtest, because I guess, like, the audience to it is very much confined to people who have already played the other ones, right? So, to the extent you're doing testing, there totally is the expectation that people have some memory of the other levels with them, and in fact, the better memory they have, the better. Oh my goodness, this is quite something. Yeah, I haven't actually been able to read the mechanism because I'm still dodging, but... Ah yeah, I see. There's that muncher that sets off the on-off switch on the top right. Okay, now why do we want to load all of the shells into those pockets there where they get killed? Because... yeah, because ultimately you have Koopas in shells walking over to the upper block. Okay. Let's see if we can parse what's going on. Yeah, so the shell is in place. And I want to not kill the shells. I want to... whoops. Or do I? Let's see here. Yeah, all the other rooms you could get brand new people to test. Exactly. Exactly. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're designing a level that is meant to be for people who have already made it that far and been trained on the mechanics, then... yeah, like, you know, everybody is going to have a certain set of cognitive biases already baked in, right? And I think it would actually make a big difference in terms of how long it had been since they played as well, whether they kept notes the way that... you know, I kept notes on things like the alphabetical clues, like I kept the screenshots, and so I was able to check my solutions against that quickly, instead of having to spend too much time trying to chase old solutions again. And so, yeah, like, even the people who finish it would have very different thing going on here. This is for people who keep SMB2, obviously. And this is for people who survive, unlock this, and one-shot the boss. Unfortunately, we're not doing that, I guess. Oh well. So close, yet so far. I don't think I can one-shot the boss, actually, looking at how that fight is laid out. So, would significantly add to the number of attempts that I would need to put in. Okay, so that worked out well. So yeah, and you know, feel free to submit some of the other platforming levels when we do viewer level days. I'm hoping to pick that up a bit. We've been doing one viewer level session a week for the last few weeks, but I'm hoping to get back to at least 2. And we'll hopefully find some reasonable times to do some of the stuff here. I feel like Doomed Internals, either somebody else had a Cyber Demon thumbnail image, or I think I might have seen this one on stream at some point, because I totally recognized the thumbnail. Obviously, I haven't played it. But yeah, hoping to see a lot more of this stuff. Now, I have a whole pile of things that I want to take a look at and get through, but we'll see how much of it I can do. I may have done Kudzu Regrowth Riddle. Let me see. I don't recognize the title. I guess if you're asking me if I would have done something like an early version of it. Yeah, one screen puzzle. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Always happy to do puzzles in particular on the weekend streams. So, really huge list at this point. And hey, Robert Frost, look at this. You know, I'm almost kind of glad I didn't scroll all the way down here before, because I think when I saw the Robert Frost clue, it may have led me all the way back down to this level from July to search for clues. It could very easily have misled me into doing that, even though this was made long before you had the escape room sequence in mind. Anyway. wanted to take a look at a new super world that was uploaded by Rybones. This is 15 levels, so it's not going to be like the 40 level extravaganzas we've been doing over the past few weeks. It is supposedly kind of on the harder expert side though. Like around the 1% zone, that's usually kind of our comfort zone for platforming. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it in one run. But yeah, very newly uploaded just within the last 2 days. Rybone's, of course, responsible for Goodnight Goombas from 4YMM. But why don't we take a look at this world? We'll go at least until game over, and then we'll see what kind of time frame we're looking at. I'm going to change my stream title in the meantime, just to reflect that. And yeah, we are. Okay, let's go. Okay, so Rybones is going to start us out in the desert with a bank of 30 lives. So here's exclamation exploration. 3D world level. I think we are probably in for some exclamation blocks. That's going to be a long jump. And okay, wall jump up here, and then oh, this is pretty timing dependent actually. Could not afford to miss that. Where was the key door? I didn't actually see the key exit. Must be top left. Yeah, top left warp block. There we go. So I do have to be at least a little accurate here. There we go. Not too bad at all. Okay, pretty graceful fall there, actually. No, that was a long jump, obviously. So yeah, you have to beat the exclamation block timing, and I think that's pretty much going to be the concept of this level, so... Pretty clear once you see it. And fall in. Okay. Oh, nope, missed the long jump input completely. Just late on the button. And oh, no, hang on. Slight brain fart there. Directionally speaking. I don't know if I remember how to play platforming Mario anymore, to be honest. I mean, I had a very rough time with getting back into 64 and Sunshine when I poked into it in the collection on the Thursday to Friday stream. I had a much harder time than I supposed because, you know, I was pretty confident that I'm a much better 3D Mario player than I used to be because, you know, back in the days of 64 and Sunshine, I was not really a completionist. I was not really that comfortable with 3D. And by the time I was doing Galaxy, and every game since Galaxy, I was getting 100% in every game, and it's not because it felt that much easier. You know, there's nothing in the older games that is, strictly speaking, on the level of the endgame stuff since Galaxy 2. And yet, I was struggling like crazy with the very early content in 64 and Sunshine. I don't know, I've been doing so many puzzle levels lately here that, you know, I've noticeably atrophied when it comes to my ability to do basic platforming content. No, it needs to be a spin up and then you go. Yeah, okay. Just need to react to that quickly. But yeah, because even the platforming levels I've been playing here lately in the huge 40-level super worlds that I've been showing off after the escape rooms have mostly been on the easier side. That, you know, they were much more medium difficulty adventures. Nope, need to be faster. And so, even though 1% or so has always been my comfort zone with platforming, and I was doing a fair bit of it over the summer, especially with 4YMM, I think I've gotten much, much sloppier. That, And actually, Tempest Funk, if you're still here, there's one thing that occurred to me, which I didn't really talk about when I was doing the level with the one execution dependent thing, which was, you know, taking the Goomba shoe, taking Karibo's shoe, and doing the timed jump. Oh, there's the warp block, okay. Doing the timed jump up the wall. I was looking at that, you know, with the sword pedestal room, with the P-switch active, all that stuff, and thinking, if I understand that sequence correctly, I think that you only actually have one shot at that, and you can't just go back and reset the P-switch and do the whole key sequence, right? Because of the way that the code entries work. But I don't know, my observational skills might be failing me there, though. That was just a bit of a hunch. Oh, was that actually the case? Okay, yeah, because I was looking at it and certainly thinking that, you know, once you lock yourself in with the whole sword and P-switch sequence, that you can't actually break some of that stuff twice, right? And I think I noticed that because I actually did run into something like that when I played the graffiti puzzle originally. That I ran into something that kind of locked me because of the way that the code could only be entered once, right? Unless I'm thinking of a different level, but I think that actually did happen. Yeah, the only way you can hide it. Sure. Well, I mean, if it's something dependent on the shoe, which you also need to be off screen, then yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I mean, I generally liked how a lot of those code solutions that came together for the final level, as I was saying, were things that were hiding in plain sight. And were obviously planned well in advance when you were putting the whole series together. Okay, here we go. I think, though, from a sort of maker effort perspective, though, I was, as I was saying, very impressed with the fact that you actually did, like, re-roll the YouTube code to get something that would be very accessible to players. Like, that is something that I think even with people who are designing these puzzles, a lot of them would not take the care to, you know, make something randomly generated look that deliberate. Although, I mean, I guess very much the point of things like the Magikuba RNG thing, for instance, is to make randomness look deliberate. And hey, Safety of Man, Safety of Man, you, if you just came in, you missed the finale to the escape room series, which is great because it means that you didn't spoil yourself for the solution. But we did manage to finish the final episode. I'm told that I did rather well. But, yeah, we're looking at Rybone's world right now, still in the first level out of 15. Which is... oh, wow. Yeah, I think I shouldn't do the spin jump. It takes too long. I need to probably wall jump off the left side over there. But I don't know, because the timing there is tricky whenever I slam into the wall on the left side. It's mostly the wall slam on the left side cloud platform that is causing all kinds of trouble here. But yeah, Safety of Man, if you've been into escape rooms lately, I do highly recommend that whole series that we've been showing off here. And yeah, this is a cool concept. Okay, this is kind of a blown attempt anyway. I just needed to mute my mic for a moment to let out a mighty sneeze. Not an actual COVID symptom or anything, thank goodness. I don't think so anyway. And actually, in my area, we have had apparently a lot of congestion, I guess, in the COVID testing sites because children returning to school have been told that, you know, if they sneeze, they should get tested, and for children, they sneeze. And whoops.
Oh no!
And yeah, Safety of Man, given that you've been playing a lot of things like the Grokowski levels and the other big puzzle levels lately, I think you will enjoy that one quite a lot in terms of seeing maker puzzles that use a lot of things that are not just pure maker mechanics, but which have quite a lot more going on. Okay, I'm still not beating this timing. I am really thinking that a spin jump is the wrong idea. Whoops. Small timing mistake there. Yeah, this attempt is a disaster. Okay. I have it written down somewhere to safety, I think, in case anybody asked. Let me grab it. Oh, okay, no, you can just follow that instead. Follow the level code. But yeah, it's great now that I've completely finished because I can comb over other videos of how people might have done on the same levels as part of that exclusive club of people who have already finished them. Safety of Man, it's not set up in a super world, and believe me, you'll be very grateful for that. It's not really doable in a super world for reasons that will become obvious. Okay, I need to do a series of wall jumps here, I think. Wall jump off the top of that lip of... yeah. Okay, here we go. No, missed. That was the right idea, and I missed. I need to wall jump off of that, wall jump to the left, and up to the right. Yeah, there's no way it works in the super world. People are going to want to tap in and out way too much, and indeed, I think as soon as you implemented certain ideas in there, like the main limitation with Super Worlds, I think, is just that you can't re-enter levels. It's totally apart from not being able to see the descriptions and anything like that.
Oh no!
As I often say on the stream, not being able to re-enter a Super World actually kills so many ideas for how to use them. Like, imagine, you know, people actually being able to do
Oh
code-based levels or knowledge-based levels that have a non-linear backtracking-driven Metroid-style structure to them, right? Where you can actually have multiple zones, multiple aesthetics working together in one progressive mega puzzle. You can't do something like that in the Super World format. It just doesn't work. Okay, no, wall jump, wall jump. Okay. Yeah, Safety of Man, I don't know if you are asking me for tips or asking Tempest Funk for tips, as far as clues go. I mean, I haven't played everything. I can be very discreet about clues so I don't spoil things explicitly, if you just need a bit of a nudge, but of course, without seeing specifically what you were stuck on, we would have to kind of guess at that, but yeah. But yeah, you're really going to enjoy that, I think. Okay. No.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, this is wrong. I just need a standard jump, I think. I just need a dash and a jump, and I need to not overcomplicate this. Like, I've been trying to find all these weird little methods that lose way too much time. But yeah, I'm beginning to see some real creativity in terms of how people use the Super World system and design specifically for it when it comes to making their levels work together. I mean, I'm sure you certainly detected that in Solar Horse's world, which I understand you've also played, or been playing. Have been playing. You know, from an aesthetic perspective, but also things like connected puzzles. Like having puzzles that give you the satisfaction of a clear before moving you on to the next variation or room. Things like that. But I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential in terms of actually using the world map for something that's not just aesthetics. Like actually using the world map as some kind of navigational information or clue or, you know, something like that.
Oh no!
But, you know, like, initially with the Super World system, a lot of people were just plugging in their existing levels, including some that were always conceived of as a set. But as we get further along in the lifetime of the game, I think you're going to see that explored much further in terms of what people can actually do. Yeah, I feel like I just need to wrap around and do a nice jump with some momentum to it. Can't believe I'm having so much trouble with that. Like, I am totally overthinking it. You picked up Ori and the Will of the Wisps, okay. No, I haven't been playing the 3D All-Stars. I haven't had time to play since my last stream of it, actually.
Oh no!
This is a tricky jump in ways that I did not expect. Yeah, I guess we're probably not doing all 15 of this world in sequence, but I'll definitely try to at least clear a few levels. Yeah, I need to fall back down directly. That's to... Okay, no, we got it. I just need a wall jump instead of fumbling around like that. Okay, no, we got it. I just needed to fall down immediately to buy myself enough time. You're about 2 worlds and a Nocturnals. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Nocturnal's designs are always a lot of fun. As I was saying, there are certain kinds of obstacles he definitely likes. Really loves things like claws on tracks and things like that. But yeah, very knowledgeable platformer player as well, in general, not just with Mario. Okay. Okay, finally, got it. Yeah, that was just a knowledge barrier. Okay. Okay. Okay, we have to go back immediately. Warp block down the low. Okay, I was stressing a bit about that, and I need to not panic. Just follow the sequence. No, need to not do it like that, obviously. Safety, I don't remember if you said you did or didn't play the first Ori game. I mean, I know it's not a hard prerequisite or something, it's just... I actually don't know much about how Will of the Wisps is different. Okay, we need to fall in a wall jump. But, yeah, I'm eager to find that out for myself. Given that I think the trailers for Will of the Wisps was really playing up a lot of the cinematic platforming elements, which... In the first game, I kind of had mixed feelings about. Like, they were absolutely beautiful. It's aesthetically some of the richest experiences I've had with the, 2D platforming genre. But, I don't think I have to make my way over, do I? No, I should. Should be like ground pound, cancel, and then off the right side. Unless I just have to fall into the right side directly, but I doubt it. But yeah, it seems like Will of the Wisp was kind of a much more focused effort to, think about the core strengths of the cinematics platforming, as it were. Which... At least that's what I gathered from seeing all those Xbox trailers ages ago, but... In the first game, I thought that, like, the design was, in some ways, a little bit schizophrenic. Like, if you enjoy the current Ori game, you probably should go back to play the first one out of curiosity at some point. It is very nice. But there was this element to it where... you had kind of one-hit kill platforming sequences that were mixed with Metroid-style exploration and character progression. And for a couple of reasons, I didn't think that was really a good mix. In the first game, anyway. But I enjoyed it a lot. It's just that I think that it was a very instructive example of why those things don't tend to go together well. In that, you can do it in a game that is that good, and that well put together, and that thoughtful, and to a certain extent, like, it's still not a good mix. But obviously, a lot of people will differ from me on this. Okay. I lost a fair bit of time just kind of dawdling there. Let's... Okay. Can I do it? Can I do it? A little bit to the left. There we go. Okay. Okay. Wall jump here. And then POW block. Oh, no. Misread that a bit. Yeah, well, it's good to know that, people who appreciated Blind Forest are loving the new game. I was very curious about the new game. Like, it was one of those situations where the kind of design issues that I had with Ori made me wonder, made me actually more curious and more interested about a second game, rather than less. Because I basically thought they had a good thing going there that just needed a bit further refinement. Okay. Okay. No, it's gonna be spin jump up and then spin jump up again. Okay. Probably with a ground pound in between just to accelerate things slightly. It's sort of interesting safety that you're talking about Hollow Knight influences, because the first game predated Hollow Knight by quite a bit. The first game was 2015, I think. And I think Ori was actually kind of a pioneer in that respect, in that, at that point, Hollow Knight was not yet the sort of standard bearer for, what people call the Metroidvania, which is a term I have a few technical issues with, but, the Metroid style of progression. Like, at that point, it was a much more open field in terms of what the competing visions of how to do a quasi-Metroid were. Like, I remember the other sort of big example of that at the time being Guacamelee, which I actually liked quite a lot. Oh, whoops, just a little too slow. Yeah, the first one was kind of a Metroidvania style. It's... As I said, I thought that was an element that clashed. Simply because I didn't think the Metroid-style systems worked well with some of the, do-or-die elements of the platforming and the quasi-boss sequences. But it was one of those things where, in principle I was very interested in how that could still be done, and I should have grabbed the 1-up. We actually do need 1-ups in this world progression. Let's try to push through a few more. I mean, that's one that I had a slight bit of trouble with, but really very clear concept. Just mostly a matter of reading the timing well and doing all that. Thank you for the GG. Okay, going to fail miserably at this thing as usual. But yeah, I definitely thought, as I think we had previously discussed, that when I played Blind Forest anyway, the clear line of influence I was seeing was actually from stuff like DKC. Especially things like retro era DKC. Okay, no, not that. Yeah, it'll be a wall jump down to that when we have a chance. Here's a good old Delfino Plaza music, of course. I know, you just duck under. Okay. No, I should have not followed a track like that, should have made use of the one-way panel. Oh, whoops, no. It is safe to fall against coins. It is a fair timing. I just panicked out of that slightly. Okay. Okay. Sliding state, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. A lot of reset doors all over the place here. Oh, no, no, too slow.
Oh no!
Okay, pretty big chunk of that quite readable blind, actually. Okay. Yeah, better to get ahead a little bit than twirl. Nope. Okay, that's gonna kill my timing. Let's reset. Ah, that's what reset is for, is if you know well in advance that your timing is gonna be totally off, it gives you some second chances. Okay, camera scroll was kind of a nuisance there in that drop, but we'll manage. Down we go. Whoops. Down we go. Nope. Let's wait for the thing. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, Blind Forest was a game that I didn't play until the Switch port. Just how I was waiting and hoping for that on Switch as well. Whoops. Yeah, no, let's actually do the wall jump on the left side so we can scroll the camera properly. I want to do a gentle wall slide on the left side, just so we have enough time to reposition. So yeah, I still have a fairly clear memory of Blind Forest because I think I only played that about a year ago. Because it would have come out last fall, if I recall. Nope. Gotta reset this. You really wanted to like Hollow Knight more than you did. Okay, that's interesting. I absolutely adored Hollow Knight, but it's one of those where it really puts into focus what people's playstyles are, I think. It's one of those games where you find out a lot about your own preferences as a player very quickly. Oops.
Oh no!
But yeah, you know, the
Oh
kind of
no!
Metroid style format is so widely done by now that I always like thinking about what the individual games are bringing to the table and what kind of unique identity they have.
Oh no!
And one of the things that is definitely the unique identity of the Ori games is that you have, for a side-scroller, this very chunky 3D-ness to the physics and to the interactions and to how the environments are put together as well, that, you know, you're not thinking about them as something sprite-based or tile-based, like you are thinking about them like collisions in a very tactile 3D world. And
Oh no!
yeah, that's something that I strongly associate with the DKC games in a way. Even though the artwork, of course, was originally this quasi 3D sprite art, but it's very true of the new DKC, and it's very true of Blind Forest as well. And it's something that is a bit of a learning curve to the game too, I find. I don't know if you've experienced that with Will of the Wisp, having, you know, the same kind of, still with the same kind of game here, but I don't need to spin jump off the wall. That should have been obvious. But yeah, the thing I had a lot of trouble adjusting to with Ori early on, like with Blind Forest, was that occasionally you would have to get on top of these, whoops, spin jump, narrow vertical platforms that would be, you know, dangling and give you the equivalent of one tile of space to stand on. And they would sway back and forth in this very live feeling physics system, right? And I had all kinds of trouble with that initially, until I got a little more used to the movement in the game. It's not one of the reasons I was frustrated with it. It's not one of the things I had a problem with, but it was something that required some adjustment. I know, full jump there, normal jump there, it's the spin jump later on that we need to deal with. Okay, and then that's going to load, great, no. A little bit off. It's just a spin jump after that that needs a bit of correction on my part. But otherwise, I feel like I have this. It's just accuracy issues. Yeah. You kind of have to know to stand on the left there. Nope, too high, too high. But yeah, the thing that worked really well about Hollow Knight for me was that I really didn't mind the navigational elements at all. I actually really loved the map, loved the backtracking, and a big part of it for me is that it felt like the only game in the genre since Super Metroid to really understand how to create a sense of nonlinearity, like a really proper sense of nonlinearity that isn't just here's the obvious main path and here are the obvious side collectible paths. Like, if you ever play something like Guacamelee, which is a great game, you can tell that about the map structure. It's kind of true of Ori and the Blind Forest as well, where, yeah, sure, you're exploring, but there's sometimes too much clarity in terms of, like, here's the main route, here's the side route. And then the sequence of unlocking the map becomes something very predictable. Whereas Hollow Knight is a game where, yeah, it introduces a lot of backtracking, but you can really follow your curiosity. And, you know, when you follow your curiosity and say, maybe this is a bonus thing or a side exit or whatever, the game just keeps going and going and just expanding all over, right? And I think that was the feeling that people got out of Super Metroid to begin with. And Super Metroid, as opposed to, say, Metroid Fusion, which is much more of a linear school, relatively speaking. Oh, whoops, missed Yoshi up top. That's okay. We don't really need true ending. Tropical Freeze was a game that I really loved returning to. It's one that I think improves the better you get at it. Like, the first time I played through it, I wasn't really fluent in how retro-era DKC worked in terms of the roll jump, for instance. When I returned to it much later, after having already cleared it to 200% the first time, I found that, you know, kind of playing this very momentum-based style everywhere and really using the roll and going fast was something immensely pleasurable in that game. It's one of those things that I think really captures what works so well in a subtle way about a lot of Nintendo's official designs, which is that they are equally interesting for slow exploration-based players and fast speed-oriented players. It was something very apparent to me recently when I, kind of made a serious push through Yoshi's Island off-stream. And it's something that's very obvious about the new Super Mario Brothers series as well, which is something that I think goes a bit underappreciated about them. Okay, mole. Yeah, kind of interesting, the one-way panels just doing this positional trap. They look really cute that way, just suspended and locked by the twister. Twister is not something that you normally associate with objects held in a stable position, but works quite well here. And the wings giving you the second jump, which I missed. But yeah, with exploration-based games, my style is very often to just explicitly defy instructions. And, I enjoy not having a sense of what the main path is, and it's something that I think players can be very divided about when it comes to their playstyles and personalities. But that's one of the reasons, that Breath of the Wild, for instance, was a very big deal to me because of that. Because it was one of the rare games that catered directly to the kind of player freedom that I'm always looking for. But okay, here we go. No, let's be a bit more accurate about that. Not losing checkpoints or anything, at least, with how far we are so far. I think I'm hitting a game over with pretty much every level. Then, for things in a 1% range, I guess that's not totally unexpected. Very few plays on these so far, so it's unclear to me where the difficulty will ultimately settle, but in terms of the technical requirement, somewhere in the 1% range does sound appropriate. But then I'm also taking far more deaths than I am in something like Bufflin's World, for instance, which I think I had maybe 2 continues on it total. And that was all stuff that was in the 1% zone. Okay. Need to time that carefully. Interesting. Reset point there. Okay. So we'll need to hit the on switch. You are allowed 2 bounces off the mole, and that's something that's going to be important to keep in mind. There we go. Just needed to read it properly. Okay. Feel like I need to go left side first. Yeah, correct. I like how a lot of these obstacles give you a little bit of time to read, that you can prepare for the thing that you have to do. And you are allowed to take your time to find a method. Oh, whoops. Interesting how the 50 coin here is something that you have to get on the way over. You don't get access to a mole. You can't go to the left and grab the 50 coin after you've hit checkpoint. Okay, there we go. Close shave there. Okay, there we are. Okay, so what do we got? Yeah, left side first. And let's not hit the spike in the top corner. And let's not hit the spike in that corner either. We really do need a very accurate final jump arc here. Okay. Let's not rush that. Hey, mole coming up. And yeah, let's just find an advantageous position here to do the double. Yeah, Redox, plenty of spikes. I guess as a 3D world maker, you don't deal with that very often. No, the spikes are not too big a deal. I mean, you know, they're... well, at the end they're a big deal. Like, these ones over here are not ideal. But, there we go. And then you just pop some one-ups off the mole zone at the end to the right. That's kind of a nice way of doing the one-up dispensing. Okay, might as well stash a few of these. Also a good chance to just play with one hand and take a bit of a beverage break with the other hand. Oh wow, I'm actually going to do this for once. Not perfectly, but better than usual. The jumping mole suspended in air may be your new favorite sprite, I guess as something that you don't often see. There are a lot of Twister interactions like that. Particularly in 3D World 2, by the way, which was why I made the level with all the suspended bullies. I pretty much made that because of the animation. And thank you both for the GGs. We'll at least get through World 1, but I feel like I am making good time on these. And the difficulty tuning is pretty well standardized, actually. Okay, so this is just a swim fast enough to beat the water level. With the water height, rather. Whoops. Yeah, a little oasis in this desert world. You have to be pretty well controlled when it comes to jumping out of the water, though, and I find that's something that I'm not good at and have never been good at when it comes to Mario games generally. Getting out of water causes all kinds of problems. So... ah, there we go. Bonsai. Nice. Not so nice. Yeah, it's always nice when You see super worlds that put in a lot of detail in world maps to kind of make the levels look like they are coherently organized. Oops. But yeah, jumping out of water, not my strength. Also sometimes one of those many physical impossibilities that Mario can do, but people definitely can't. What is up with that invisible block? That doesn't seem quite right. What is that invisible block telling me? Why would you deny that spot in particular? I don't quite understand that. I mean, what is gained from denying that spot? Guess we'll see. Oops. Okay. Nope, not quite. Well, here we go. Nice diagonals here. Oh, that felt much more comfortable than usual. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to jump up and fall back in. I just don't know why this level would not want me to take the block that is closest. It does come up as a bit of an unwelcome surprise, but yeah, so going through the middle is fine. Obviously you would be required to go through something, but it does seem a bit excessively punishing that, you know, the natural place to go would be blocked off. It's okay, we'll work around it. We'll find a way. Okay. Almost. Yeah, doing that turn back before you jump out of the water is actually surprisingly tricky. Yeah, one thing that I think would help here is having a bit more control over when we're pressing the dash button. I usually don't hold down or use dash very much when I'm swimming underwater, since I do tap the swim button with the tip of my thumb. It does, I think, affect jump height that I get coming out of the water, in that I should be holding dash into that jump as I break the surface, and well, we'll see. We'll see what works comfortably. Okay, 1 second. Needed to fix something quickly on the audio side over here, but yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, trying to overcompensate a little bit to avoid that block that we were hitting. It has me a little bit troubled now when it comes to my ability to clear it. Oops. And this is still the first segment. We likely have lots to go, given that everything we've seen so far is a 2-checkpoint layout. Okay, here we go. Nice one-way panel there on that spike. Just keeping everything safe and secure. Whoops. Did I ever play any of the Pikmin games? Yes. I never played 1. I did play 2 on the GameCube. And I did play 3 on the Wii U. Played a lot of 3, in fact. Got 100% on the whole thing, did a lot of the challenges. I will probably not be picking up Deluxe, but the nice thing about Deluxe is that they did put in the Piclopedia again, which I really missed about the earlier games in 3. Because it was one of my favorite things to do in 2 was just really treat the game like a nature documentary. Three was kind of interesting though in that it had this very integrated puzzle structure to it. Three was a bit strange though because it had at least 3 different controller schemes, some of which were patched in a year after release. It had a Wiimote scheme, it had a stylus-based input if you were playing on the gamepad alone, and it had, of course, the gamepad control, which would be best for multitasking. And none of the control schemes were actually the best way to play, strictly speaking. Because I originally played the campaign with the gamepad, and it would really make most of the multitasking very efficient. Yeah, because there's so much in the campaign that is about assigning orders to multiple commanders over the map and really getting the satisfaction of multitasking and planning out their routes efficiently. I don't know how well that would handle at all without the gamepad, although I did play a lot of the challenge missions, like the time trial challenge missions, with the stylus controls, when the stylus controls were patched in a year after release on the Wii U, and the stylus controls were fantastic for controlling Pikmin, and not so great for the commander multitasking, and so they were great for the speed challenges in some ways. But were a very different experience in the main campaign, and I'm kind of wondering how the controls in Deluxe are going to go. Like I said, I don't think there's A, enough time in my schedule, or B, enough new content that we know about that I'll be jumping into it, but you certainly have a lot to look forward to. But yeah, it's a very ambitious game in some ways, particularly if you enjoy something like a Metroid-style progression as well. Like, it's not really Metroid, but it is something that allows you to gradually open up the world and its secrets in a series of tumbling locks and keys, and is much more about that as the core of the overworld experience, as opposed to something like 2, which was much more about the dungeon crawling. But yeah, I always really enjoyed Pikmin. Actually, it makes me think that I missed some of the Pikmin levels in Mario Maker 1 that used Pikmin amiibo figure, or the in-game Mystery Mushroom skin to really create a Pikmin flavor. I think we've really seen long-term, like, just what a different game Maker 1 and Maker 2 really are. But yeah, certainly a lot for you to look forward to about Pikmin 3. I mean, I don't know if you played 1 on the GameCube originally, or if you played it with the Wii controls that were part of the re-release in the Wii era. But either way, you should be right at home with the way that 3 operates, as long as you find it smooth enough to be tapping into the map a lot. As it was one of those games that I think was, as it was designed, very much attached to the Wii U gamepad. I remember Pikmin 3 actually being delayed and held back for years because it was being totally reworked for the Wii U when it had been long expected as a Wii game. Because, yeah, I remember Pikmin 3 being substantially retooled to show off the Wii U, and, you know, it was really a fine expression of what you can do with the gamepad controls. So I really do wonder how the kind of multi-commander element of it will play out. Sort of interesting to see a lot of people try to describe it as a real-time strategy game. I guess it is, but Pikmin is really its own thing. Like, it's one of those games where there's nothing else that actually plays like Pikmin. Like, there's no strategy game that is a direct analog to it. But yeah, 3 has a really interesting sense of progression, and you'll know what I mean when you get to things like the bosses and the way that the bosses are implemented. Okay, finally. That trampoline could have caused some trouble, for sure. I guess the idea is that if you wanted to top the flagpole, you had to get on top of it. Get on top of the trampoline and then jump up once again, but I was much lower than that when it came to where I was positioned vertically. I will at least try to finish World 1, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. Thank you for the GG. I'll probably be running for a while. I finished the escape room earlier much faster than I would have expected. I started budgeting a lot more time for those because of how... Whoops, spin jump. Because of how 1 or 2 of the previous ones took me about 3 hours. That one went pretty efficiently. Okay, no, I really do have to get the trampoline on the first cycle then. Had a little bit of trouble reading that under the lava, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, no, second bounce on Chomp. Then we bounce up to trampoline after that. Whoops. Wasn't doing that accurately. Really do need to switch between the spin and the normal jump. Whoops, too much momentum. Right idea, just bad aim. Yeah, and then you need a shorter jump after the third trampoline because of the saw blade that is placed inconveniently to fool you. Here, this guy. Yeah, that is right. Yep. Nope, need to drop on that directly and then hit the on-off switch before you slam into the wall. Okay, pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. And then, whoops. Your wife did her first stream and you were the producer. Okay, congratulations. Was it Mario or was it something else? Yeah, I hope that was a good and enjoyable experience, either way. Nope. Yeah, I need to manage my position and momentum here. I really didn't feel like I was in a comfortable position in terms of being centered on that thwomp. Okay, here we go. Nope. Art-related stream. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested in what kind of art you're talking about as well, like if it's just, you know, doing painting or sculpture or other kinds of arts and crafts. Okay, here we are. No, spin jump. I should have known that as soon as I saw the obstacle at the end, and that is enough information to work with. Okay, here we are. There we are. Okay, very satisfying ending to that section. Now 11 lives going into checkpoint. Oh no, spin jump. I need to kick the Mecha Koopa to the right side. That's the idea here. Should have been able to discern that from the clues I'm given. But then what? I hit the on-off switch. If I hit it accurately, it should give me some kind of safety zone to land on. Okay. Part of the Lightbox Expo, okay. Yeah, chomps come up. Interesting the way the chomps are loaded in like that, because it looks like they must be on munchers, given the way that they are fixed in position. Yeah, chomps without the stump, but on munchers. That's what I'm guessing here. And then the munchers would just be raised into position by things like conveyors. Fast conveyors. Very quickly. Yeah, I hope the stream production experience went well. Okay, need to hit that pretty much dead center and go directly to the chomp. It comes up on the right side with that coin. Okay, here we are. Okay, no, left on a chomp and then right. There was one coin to the left, 2 coins to the right. That should have been fairly readable, but I feel like I still needed to fail on it once to really get it. Okay, just need to hit the marked targets once we get back to that spot, of course. Yeah, once again, taking a game over on pretty much every level, but some of them are not that necessary. I also totally missed a toad house that was hidden on the right side. Not hidden, but, you know, out of the way. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't be too hard to retrace my steps, though. Wants to stream more in a chill way, okay. Yeah, it must be interesting to do an art stream. I guess it depends on what your audience is. If your audience is consisting of fellow practitioners, or if they are people who are interested in the product without knowing much about the process and who get a kick out of seeing the process in action, which I think is what does appeal to a lot of people about seeing artwork in motion if they're not people who have a very strong visual background. I mean, I don't really have that much of a background in the visual arts, and so a lot of that just seems like black magic, you know? Draw the rest of the owl. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, not actually as hard as I'm making it look. Just sometimes a little ambitious about my momentum in ways that don't hold up terribly well. Darn. Okay, we can work on that and hopefully get back in position with more than the 11 lives that were remaining on my first set of attempts here. The read is not too hard, it's more accuracy issues with a lot of variance that's reduced by just, you know, minor changes in momentum and positioning. Oh, whoops, spin jump. Little brain farts like that certainly don't help. Okay, there we go. Okay. Got that down. Yeah, kind of interesting that you have the combination of the Mecha Koopa interaction there with the drag that is imposed on all objects by the lava. And obviously you can do that with a Mecha Koopa, but not with something like a bomb, because a bomb would detonate immediately. Although a bomb in water would work if you wanted something like that. The combination of the spin jump deflection with the drag. Although, of course, part of it here is that the surface that the mecha is resting on is concealed. Okay, just need to follow momentum here. Land accurately in the obvious places. Streaming for mostly art people, I see. Left and then right. Okay, so that was the limit of where we've gone so far. I think I can pass that fairly easily with some good perception and reflex and memory. All the other things that are just ordinarily required for playing Mario at some level of competence. Okay. Safety of men, your art people. Your art people as a collective all at once. And, oh, here we go. Okay. 9 lives to get the rest of this thing sorted out. Yeah, once again, left and then right. Should have been clearer given that we were trained on that in the previous segment, but still needed to get through the growing pains of the initial read. Redox, let me permit you to... Okay, no, that's okay, you've got it. Also had to remember whether you had the active sub or not, which... Oh, I guess you have the founder badge, yeah, so... Oh, right side, okay. So, de facto boss room, I guess? Yeah, thanks for that, Redox. And once again, I hope the production experience went smoothly. Okay, got that. Was a bit of a wild ride there when I came to understanding what to do about anything. Okay, no, I really do need that blade to just completely disappear before I make that jump. A little bit tricky to make that read, but we'll see about that. Okay. It's gonna go all the way to the right. All the way. There we go. Okay, not too bad once you understand the pacing. It's just that you can't really see the track for yourself. Wow, okay. So I need a spin jump on that guy while he's on the track and probably just keep hitting switches. I think. Hard to tell at the moment. Interesting boss, though. Interesting. Okay, safety man, enjoy your sleep, and hopefully your laptop stays alive to fight another day. And yeah, you have a good night. Okay, here's the chomp surprise. No, I just need to jump over him once and get on the other side. No need to do that much tapping. Whoops. Bit of a momentum issue over there. Okay. Left, right. There we go. I'm a little bit ambitious there. Usually don't run into that specific problem. One day closer to Pikmin 3? Yeah. Good reason to get some sleep. Just skip all of September, I guess. Okay, here we go. And... yeah. Okay. yeah, we'll just do this one tap at a time, the way that we were doing before. Get off the chomp, get on the on switch, just need to watch the saw blade timing. 2 lives left. That's clearly the last segment we need to deal with here, though, so... not too worried about it. Okay. Yeah, that's going to train you on the initial back and forth timing. Yeah, as usual. Whoops. No idea how many hits it's going to take to get through this interaction, but I guess we just keep doing the on-off until something kills the chomp, or if the chomp gets dunked off the track or something into something that will take it out for the key. There we go. Not key, rather, but some kind of surface to allow me to get through the door. Okay. Yikes, that's a tricky jump after that swing, given the amount of chomp momentum on backswing there. Down to 1 life, and then we need to repeat this one. But it's okay. It's actually quite an interesting level. Yeah, Rybones was certainly not short on ideas. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I need to think about that, because I think I need to stay on the right side for a bit longer and just use the chomp as a safety zone to dodge the blade that's coming in from the right side. Difficult to say. But yeah, Magma Chomp Manor. I didn't really even pay much attention to the title before, but good title. Where this concept specifically, I mean, Magma Chomp is what it is. Okay, that went smoother than usual. But I actually have a little bit of an opportunity to do the read initially on the Mecha Koopa coming up. Whoops. There we go. No, left and then right. Should know that very well by now. And, yeah, left, right. I'd almost forgotten all about the vine interaction here. I think it just barely registered for me the first time that I was playing through this. Left, right. Oh, whoops. Purely a control issue over there. Okay. Tap this, tap this. It's okay, still a better series of attempts than what we were putting in earlier. Okay. we go. Whoops. Yeah, just missing the pipe repeatedly. Kind of accustomed to seeing that quite a bit by now. Whoops. Okay. And, okay, left, right. I don't know if I had room to really spin jump back to the left there. It didn't look like it, but I did not make a particularly decent effort at that. Okay, just momentum once again, following the coin markers. We've done this. We know how it goes. Nope. Okay, tap, tap, tap. Whoops. Tap, tap, tap. And everything fine here so far. And up the pipe would go. That's all it took. And then the boss entry sequence over here. Yeah, I guess it is something that's sort of consistently setting up the big chomp as the enemy here, where you encounter it a couple times through the level, and then by the time you get here, you have to survive the chamber initially, and then it ambushes you. So the idea is that the big chomp is a continuously present character. Oh, whoops. Coming in, scaring Mario out of his wits, straight into the lava pit. Yeah, look at this. Left side and then right. I think sometimes it's very easy to just look at this and look at levels like this in this very pure mechanical sense, and occasionally have a blind spot for what's going on aesthetically in terms of the level telling a bit of a cinematic micro story, which is very much the case with the Magma Chomp here. Okay, here we are. Oh, near miss there. But we got it. And yeah, here we go. Back over. And back. And yeah. Now, knowing the second part of that pattern is the trick in terms of figuring out what to do with the backswing on the chomp. I always find a few clarity issues sometimes with survival fights. And I do think this is a survival fight where you just get through as many cycles as you can. Yeah, doing a little bit of adjustment here on our way back down. Nope. Straight up miss. I think I may be going too quickly into the chomp. Need to leave it alive well, I mean, it's going to be alive, but, you know, leave it untouched a little bit longer just to get the ideal arc back over to the right side, the ideal timing, in order to evade the saw blade on the right side once the chomp comes in, so. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. It's alright, still going strong. And bounce, bounce, bounce. If you're out of ideas for new levels, I did see, Redox, that you had the 3.0 come up on red. I don't know how much of a revision that was to merit the 3.0 version number, but I might take a look after this, actually. Might take a quick interruption from the castle here. I should do a series of low bounces on the chomp, I think, and that might still be safe, although I'm a little worried about the backswing on that. Okay. Here we are. And that's fine. Yeah, I don't know how that's supposed to work. No, I still need to hit the off switch and go to the left side. It's just a matter of figuring out the timing on that jump. And it's just that specific jump. I don't have any kind of intended method for it yet. It may take a few attempts to work that out. Okay. Yeah, because if red is the level I'm thinking of, I think there was quite a bit that you were already cleaning up between versions when it came to the Koopa timings. Feels like I played that quite a while ago at this point, but my sense of time has been very much distended over the past few weeks. I've been playing a lot of Mario Maker, but it feels like I haven't been playing very much Mario Maker. But I think that's because I've been doing relatively few streams, but the streams have been long and the levels have been long. And so the time investment is still pretty considerable. But I guess I've seen a narrow slice of the game in a great deal of depth. Which is nice. I mean, that's how I like to play games generally anyway. It's something that is not often incentivized in Mario Maker, where a lot of levels are treated as these disposable one-off affairs. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. Just need to catch it sooner in the backswing, I think. That is a strange jump. Okay. Here we are. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I still needed to go and alternate with the switch, but... And because ultimately hitting the switch multiple times is what is creating the track setup allowing the chomp to come down, I'm sure. That it is based on a series of on-off track intersections. And so you do need to hit it every time, pretty much. to get everything set up smoothly. Chomp will not come down on a timer. The chomp will come down as a function of how far you are with the switch presses, which you practically need to do to survive anyway. And eventually something will come up with these tracks to create a safety zone under the door, or perhaps give me something like a star or even a mushroom or something to give me access to the door. Maybe a star, who knows? Yeah, it's just the backswing on the chomp, or the second jump on the chomp. I just don't have a very good method for it. I think that's just a pure accuracy check when it comes to hitting a moving target. Like right here. Yeah, finally got it. There was some kind of slowdown going on there, or something that seemed a little bit off about that pattern, but that's much further than I had gotten previously on that fight, so getting closer. Getting much closer. Okay. And here we are. A little bit of patience, not too much though. Okay. Yep, difficult to get that position down, but we'll see if we can do it. Oops. Getting there slowly, though. It's a fun idea, that's for sure. And we'll wait. Okay, so far so good. Ah yeah, it's to drag on a chomp when it's ankling down like that. That's throwing me slightly off. Oh, look at that star. It was right there. And so I can afford to land in the middle on that particular jump, but I'm not really counting it at this point. So yeah, as I guessed, absolutely a star. Which will also allow you to kill the chomp. Even though that's not strictly required so far as I can see, given the lack of a key door. Okay. Yeah, it's the way that the acceleration is manipulated by the drag of the lava, that there's this elasticity to the physics of the chomp such that when it's released from the drag, it feels like it suddenly accelerates, and so that's just a function of it coming out of the lava and no longer being dragged, and therefore no longer following the same swinging speed, but in some ways that is one of the central concepts of this level. I mean, here of course the chomp moves as quickly as it does because it's clearly being loaded on conveyors underneath. I think that's fairly obvious. Okay, Here we are. And here we go. And once again, just need to survive the chomp part of the sequence long enough to get a star. We'll just make sure we're mindful of the drag on the chomp momentum. It comes from the lava. Okay, that was too soon. Far too soon. And here we are. Whoops. Okay, down to our last life here. And 66 coins. Now, I'm far enough in this that even if I do have to reset, as I do now, I think I can get back here fairly quickly, so I would like to beat this. Obviously, much more time lost to resets than if we were not playing this within the context of the super world, but then it is tuned to be in a super world, so we may as well engage with it from that perspective and get slowly a little bit better at some of the jumps as we go. Now, on my last round of attempts, I actually did manage to one-shot this segment. That was not quite it, but not most of the way at least. And over. And here we are. Nope, miss. Yeah, there we go. I know. Mistakes were made. And here we are. We'll hopefully be able to get everything down in this round of attempts, though. I think that's not an unrealistic expectation, given that the solving part of the level is already over in all respects. It's just that we needed to, once again, survive long enough to grab the star. We now know how long that segment is and how much we have to do, and also exactly what to do. It was just execution mistakes to clean up from here, and everything else should be okay. Okay, once again at the pre-boss segment. Oh, I was actually a little bit ahead of schedule for once. I not had that happen before, where I was actually going a little bit too fast for the purposes of getting back onto Chomp. Just a weird pocket of timing, real edge case there that we'll hopefully not have to deal with most of the time. Okay, here we go. And okay, I am falling just a little bit too far to the right when going for that arc into the 50 coin. That's a fairly easy fix. If we remember to do it, fairly easy fix. I just need to hang left slightly. And there we go. Okay. Nope, still pulling back on that arc a little bit too much. Yeah, because you really do need to aim at two places. You need to aim at a chomp and then aim at your landing immediately afterwards. It's very easy to just overcommit to one of those positions and not think hard enough about the other one that comes immediately afterwards. But I think we can do this. Oops. Yeah. Nope. Don't know why I was bouncing back that time. I think it was a bit of a panic move. Okay, and we are through. Okay, still doing fine. I'm not really counting the number of presses here. I mean, in terms of the segment to see the star, we've only been able to see the star once, and so it's not something I have been tracking very closely. But here we are. And yeah, just 2 lives to go on this series of attempts. Whoops. Yeah, lots of avoidable things here that can be cleaned up. It's just a matter of cleaning them up all in one go. And we'll see if we can make that happen. Yeah, really do need a good visual perception for the target position once all the coins are gone and no longer able to assist. Okay. No, we should have just gone for the star. I wasn't absolutely confident that it was going to show up on that cycle. I thought it might, but didn't want to just go straight to the middle position without really understanding the timing that awaited me there. And yeah, we'll get there soon enough. Okay. Saved a couple of bad attempts there, and then we ran into the thing that we were overdue for by then, which is just another plummet into the lava below. Okay. And just waiting to chomp to show up now. And down it comes. Yeah, still overshooting on that left to right sequence over there. And forward. Nope, miss. And we'll tap that one. Chomp should be coming in the next cycle. You can kind of see it being lowered by the track just off screen on the right side. Okay, let's catch this jump. The next cycle here should be what gets us to star right in the middle, okay. And there we go. I'm taking all of these. I feel like it's going to be useful. And this has got to be the flag down here. Or the axe, rather. Okay, so that one was a bit rough going, but we managed to make it through. So this is going to fire me into World 2. Now I don't necessarily expect to be doing this whole thing in one go, so I'm going to probably take a break from this world, and we'll see if we come back to it later today or hold it for a different session, simply because I am already running for somewhat long. So why don't I just tap out of here for a moment. I may look at some of the clear rates and other information for the ones we have managed to get through so far. But yeah, very few clears on this, in fact. 3%, that's about right. Yeah, was expecting that. I mean, would be skewed, of course, by the players who get in on these early. I would expect all of the clear rates to drop, as is usually the case for levels that are only later seeded into Endless. Magma Chomp already under 1% relative to these 5%ers. Yeah, I can see this one definitely sinking. Although I guess if you played it by itself, it's something that once again will cause fewer deaths just from the resets through the first and second segments. Who has cleared this? Twisted M, I see on a lot of these. Bang, of course, already very much on the job. And yeah, we'll hopefully be able to see more of this, if not on this stream, then certainly later. And thank you for the GG. In the meantime, let's look at Red. Is a level that we have done before. I'm going to update my stream title in the meantime, so it's clear what we're doing here. And that's going to be taken care of, I think. Let's just make sure the change goes through here. Okay, and let's take a peek. McFixit hopping on those records right away as usual. No, it's row. Right, because this is the one where you have to maintain all the chomps in position, yeah. Okay, I was thinking of a different level with the Koopa shells in. Yeah, because this is the fall down to the left side. Nope, throw. Let's go as usual. Okay. No, I need to fall without sliding down the right side wall. Because the wall slide is throwing off my timing quite a bit. I know, missed a throw. Yep, a bit rusty as you can see. And there we go. Nope. Bit low on a throw over there. So yeah, I mean, I played the older versions of this long enough ago that I honestly wouldn't be able to pass a quiz on the changes, although I do remember some of the falls down the walls that, you know, require you to fall in on one side or the other to be fairly challenging to me the first time as well. The throws are not too bad, I'm just reacting poorly. Nope, just missed that completely. Nope, still a bit of a timing issue when it comes to catching the trampoline. I am clearly coming in late in that it is falling in ahead of me. Yeah, once again, I believe I'm wall jumping late and too low. Here we go. Okay, whoops. Input error there, but fair amount of progress in that attempt. Nope. Well, we'll just steadily chip away at it. Once again, too slow. Just need to make the same correction that I was already making on the much more successful attempt we saw not long ago. Yeah, I need to wall jump immediately when I hit the left. I just need to hit it in a decent location as marked by the red tiles. No, a little bit late on a release. You have to release right away instead of waiting to visually process the fact that the pickup on the trampoline was successful. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Right, I remember having trouble with that in particular. That spot in its many different forms and iterations. But we'll see how it goes this time. Yeah, just too much of a wall slide as usual, just poor reaction time. You have to be very quick and snappy here. And as I was saying, I have not played very many levels of this speed in the last little while. Fast platforming is something I've been doing very little of lately, and so it's mostly just a matter of getting mentally warmed up again to think at this pace. Which always has an effect on conditioning me to play at a certain speed in the level immediately after. That's true of a lot of fast levels in general, is that the level after that will be something I'll feel likely to be approaching much too quickly at first. Unless I consciously Remember not to do that. Oh, that's a miss.
Oh no!
Okay. Nope. Yeah, same kind of mistake. It's just a matter of registering the correction I need to make and remembering to do it at the appropriate location. Shouldn't be too hard. Here we go. Very crisp. And whoops. Hadn't seen that happen before.
Oh no!
Okay, we'll just have a bit more slipping and sliding all over, as we've been doing continuously. Well, kind of good to get warmed up with the platforming again. It was certainly apparent to me when I was playing a bit of 3D All-Stars, and then coming back to this game to not only run these levels, but also the squirrel-themed Ninja speedrun from this week. That I actually am still, after all this time, substantially more comfortable with 2D platforming than 3D, or just 2D games in general, when it comes to the side-scrolling perspective. Because by default, I just imagine most video games to be from a side-scrolling perspective.
Oh no!
And it feels much more like the default kind of game than 3D does, and I think
Oh no!
there's almost certainly a significant generation gap when it comes to that kind of assumption about what feels natural to a video game. In a way that side-scrollers feel very natural to me, and indeed more natural than 3D in spite of being a slightly abstracted representation of the geometry of the world. Oops.
Oh no!
Yeah, quite a lot we need to fix up here. Okay. Once again, just not catching the appropriate timing. Oh. Bit of a delay there. Let's just get back in there and see what we can do. There we go, finally. And then timing's going to reset with a new spring.
Oh no!
Yeah, I need to throw pretty much as soon as I catch in many cases. Yeah, and that's true that I should be giving myself a bit more of distance
Oh no!
when it comes to the throw in order to manipulate some of the timing in a minor way instead of
Oh no!
constantly crashing up directly against a pipe.
Oh no!
It's just interesting with levels like these how many different habits they can expose when it comes to when people choose to read arrows, when they choose to release on a throw, etc.
Oh no!
I guess when I do object throws that are in some ways excessively close to the target, it's because I'm reflexively concerned about missing.
Oh no!
As you can see there, that throwing from a distance often makes me think that I'm going to miss. And the closer I get, the more comfortable I feel about the accuracy of the throw, even though sometimes just practically that's not actually the case. Practically, you do want that slight upward arc from the throw when it has a little bit of distance to travel. Oops. Nope, just kind of flubbing the D-pad inputs at this point, just trying to adjust to get them to behave again. Also, the other shocking thing is, after doing long jumps and other kinds of jumps in this game, that it was actually surprisingly difficult to adapt back into the standard 3D Mario moveset, which was the origin of so many of these moves. As I was saying during the 3D All-Stars stream the other night, I'd actually forgotten that the wall kick in Mario 64, for instance, doesn't work like a modern wall jump at all. I'd forgotten that the wall jump as it exists in Mario in 3D now, actually just in Mario in general, was something that originated with Sunshine. So, sometimes your memory can play tricks on you. And maybe I misremembered it because it was one of the things that was reworked for 64DS. Yeah, we'll see what I can do with this. And yeah, here we are. Once again, miss. But we'll see what we can do with it. Okay, here we are. And at long last, getting that down a little bit more accurately. And oh, still late on that. I wonder if now throwing earlier is adding up to a few adjustments in timing that are leading that specific trampoline to come down a little early for me, or if there's something I can do to get the grab to cooperate a little better than it has been doing. I still also have not made it back to the segment that concerns me the most about this level, which is the part where you have to fall into 2 consecutive left side walls near the end. So I have had no practice opportunity with that whatsoever so far. So we may be here a while longer, who knows? Yeah. Here we are. Okay. And nice smooth series of movements. Which is not what has been happening so far. Nope. Still something wrong about that timing. I may be throwing too early now, actually. But we'll see. Just trying to find myself a nice little pocket by myself time. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, just a couple of deaths to the D-pad input at this point. Let's try to fix that up. Here we go. And yeah, here we are. And oh yeah, that's the second time that specific interaction has happened when it comes to slipping down the wall. Okay, left side.
Oh no!
Yeah, once again, when I'm switching directions, actually, I'm inputting some accidental diagonals, which is
Oh no!
a problem I actually associate closely with Celeste as well.
Oh no!
Now, I didn't play Celeste using the Pro Controller D-pad. That was before I had the Pro Controller, but I did have all kinds of trouble with diagonal inputs sometimes, in terms of erroneously having an input of a diagonal, and so I'm just reminded of that here in terms of the occasional attempts that are spoiled by that specifically. That's okay. When it goes well, it goes well. When it does not go well, it really does not go well. Yeah, no, it's going to be... I don't need to twirl. I do need to wall jump off the left side immediately. And then... again. Nope.
Oh no!
Surprising amount of difficulty just making that catch. I'm just massively out of practice. I think that's something that's very clear to me. Oops. Hey, asking for it. Welcome. Not currently really running the queue, but if you stick around, I may be able to take a look at that, actually. I mean, I'm not formally running the queue because I don't want to promise anything. But we'll see how long I take on this level. It's more that I'm taking as long as I need on levels today, so... but we may be able to look at that if you're around at the end of this one. This is a level currently that I have done in earlier versions before, so... yeah, I can't promise anything, but we'll try to get to it.
Oh no!
Yeah, anyway, hope you're doing well on your end in the meantime. Okay, let's fix this up. Long jump needs to cooperate. Okay, got it.
Oh no!
But yeah, that was one of the reasons why I, despite very rarely playing 2D platformers with a stick, did ultimately use a stick for some time in Celeste, actually. Like, it looks kind of counterintuitive because of how precision dependent it is, but it is also a game that is full of mid-air adjustment, and I find that that is occasionally the thing that will get me to play stick, is if you have a lot of mid-air adjustment that would otherwise on a D-pad lead to things like false diagonals, even just with a little bit of inaccuracy here and there. Oops. But we'll see. We'll take our time with this one and see if we can get some of the more awkward moments sorted out. Yeah, once again, late. Okay, here we go. Okay, a little bit more crisp now.
Oh no!
I was very surprised at first to find that apparently a lot of the really advanced players, like Kaizo heavy players, tend to play stick. That was something that surprised me, given that so many of them would be coming from ROM hack communities and the like that would traditionally, of course, have used a D-pad. At least I think so.
Oh no!
Just given the control schemes for games like Super Mario World originally. But, whoops.
Oh no!
Yep, that diagonal is definitely giving me a bit of grief. But,
Oh no!
just missing a lot of the timings though, so we'll see what can happen. Nope.
Oh no!
Okay, here we are. Okay, finally got that down accurately. You need to fall very gracefully to make that happen. Okay, a bit too gluey on the right side wall once again. About 2/3 of the way through, and that is what I remember to be the hardest part, so... I think I finished this originally. I am beginning to doubt my memory of that a bit, although I, once again, be comparing it to a distant memory of the earlier version. But yeah, I actually do recall this being one of the more challenging ones due to the end segment. And here we go. Okay, managed to get the catch for once. Yeah, too gluey on the right side. Really have to not crash and slide against that wall at all. Once you start getting into a slide against a wall, it's very difficult to get back out. So you just have to avoid sliding in the first place. Because there's this certain stickiness to it. Okay, here we go. Nope, not so much. Okay, here we are. Yeah, because I certainly don't remember having as much trouble with the early segments, but probably just a mix of being a lapsed player from this kind of pacing, as well as, well, just other factors, you know, lack of practice, maybe even a little bit of fatigue, but who knows? Definitely lack of practice, though. But some of the timings definitely are giving me a few complications here that I, oops, don't remember at all. Okay, here we go. That's how to do the fall without crashing into the wall. Really do need to pull out of that right away. Nope, still missing it.
Oh no!
Okay, whoa, okay.
Oh no!
Got it only to flub it. And here we go. Once more. Whoops.
Oh no!
And here we are. Having a slip slide ride. Actually, in terms of platforms, really looking forward to BKC2
Oh no!
making it to the Super Nintendo service this week, I think. Because DKC2, despite being probably the best regarded game of the classic series, is one that I do not know very well. I don't know necessarily that I would be revisiting it on stream, but it's definitely something I'm planning to poke around with. Too much to choose from when it comes to a streaming experience. And so, in the end, I just wind up doing Mario Maker once more. Okay.
Oh no!
I almost wonder, depending on the timing, if the drop to the second wall is even necessary. In fact, if you slow down and twirl a bit, you may be able to catch
Oh no!
trampoline directly on its way down the pipe, although that would be a bit risky to set up. I'm just looking at that timing and thinking about whether it's feasible. I would not choose to do it that way simply because I have so much trouble reliably reading the timing of the trampolines going through the glass pipes to begin with, but we'll consider that carefully in case we should later require a change of strategy. Yeah, just faster wall jumps there, as usual, solve the problem, and then avoiding the slide. Actually, I think I've learned the hard way from so many of these levels that faster wall jumps usually solve the problem. I know. Bad arc there. Actually a very weird arc to be hitting that block. Okay. Probably quite difficult to avoid though. No, I did not need the twirl. Let me just see what's going on platform-wise for the rest of this. Yeah, and that's the thwomp. Preventing you from grabbing a flag. Hence the need to retain everything with the color red. I don't know why I hesitated there. That was needless. And here we go. Okay. I don't know what happened there. That was, once again, just a bit of a misread when I wasn't really paying attention. And here we go. Oh yeah, it was the wall jump. Yeah. I don't don't know why I just completely flubbed the wall jump against the pipe on that specific attempt. I think it was just a pure reading error, despite having done it so many times, or perhaps even because I had done it so many times subconsciously and just stopped thinking about it properly.
Oh no!
For a moment, it even looked salvageable. Okay. Nope. Yeah, you would think as somebody who had been playing previous versions of this and also so many other levels like this that I wouldn't be taking quite so long. You lost connection. I don't see that on my side. I see it up and running on my side.
Oh no!
Yeah, because I don't see any issues over here, so hopefully you managed to get yours restored. Nope.
Oh no!
And okay, here we go. Yeah, just hitting that particular ledge under the pipe has been a bit of a recurring event. Oops.
Oh no!
Ah, okay. Just data issues on your end. Well, hopefully that's sorted out and you can watch. I am on, as you may or may not have heard me say in the previous stream, I am on a new internet connection that is significantly better than my old one, and I've seen that the technical performance of the stream has been much better. So I'm still making some tweaks to try to squeeze what I can out of it, so hopefully the stream quality is okay. We have not had a lot of the usual problems that had plagued us previously on the technical side, but we'll see if that lasts. Nope, too low. Yeah, I was expecting that this would just go down pretty smoothly, considering that I was conceptually familiar with it, but as it turns out, not a good idea to be overconfident about stuff like that. Okay. Managed to get it. Thank you for the GG. I don't know if asking for it is still around. As I said, I'm not really running the queue formally, but if asking for it is still around, I'll look at the code. If not, I will just go on with some other things that are on the list. And yeah, while you were here to watch anyway, and you've been sitting around spectating for so long, I had, of course, just been curious anyway, just having seen this come up. I don't remember having that much trouble with the level on a large scale. I remember having a smooth time with it, but having very select pockets of difficulty. And so, don't take that as a reflection on the level, of course, unless specific things were coming in from the perspective of playtesting. I think this was a session where the fault was mostly mine, but who knows, maybe over a sufficiently large playtesting sample, you have other ideas. Okay, let me see what I'm digging up next. Yeah, I was going to go back to something that I had been pushing through a while ago. I think it's easier if I just go to my worlds in progress. Of course, we have Rybones in progress. We're 5 out of 15, taking one world at a time. I think we're at 10 out of 12 with Glitch. I believe I'm halfway through with Meng. This was one that was pushing through at a very gentle pace, usually just doing 1 or 2 a week. We'll see if we can get a little bit further. Yeah, we were in the first part of World 2. There's a bit of a change in the numbering scheme here, I think. Such that World 2 is actually World 1. Let's take a look at Drybones Hill. Yeah. I remember doing... Oops, sorry. An initial read of this level without getting very far with it. So yeah, let's... Nope, need to get onto Drybones and then do a nice full jump out of the trampolines up top. Okay. Yeah, just a lot of tiny positioning tricks here. The obstacle itself is not too demanding, it's just being able to manage your jump arcs. Coming out of a spring, that can be quite difficult, but we'll see what we can do. Okay. Yeah, again, down into bones first, and then into the springs. And it will, by the looks of the earliest obstacles, be consistently that interaction. So, just need to fit into that slot, and then change directions quickly enough to do the rest. And, yeah. Lost a bit too much momentum going into that slide, I think. But also just landed on the second Drybones, that sequence, a little too far to the left. Oops. Well, good thing I managed to salvage that. And through we go. Yeah, just need a momentum here. That's just a bit of a timing issue, actually. Just need to get off and on again. Yeah, not quite. Need to get it as it's going down, I think. Seems like a fairly challenging jump there, in fact. Not really sure how to navigate that just yet. Okay. Let's... And, okay, here we go. Yeah, all of this I have pretty much figured out. It's more that later interaction with the bones going up and down. This guy here. Oh, I see. I have to go under because of the arrow. I think. No, it can't be. I have to go over. Sure. Yeah, no, I have to go under because then I get onto bones on from the right side. And then come back around. Yeah, that's right. I was misreading that the whole time. And then here we take advantage of the one-way panel. Oh, whoops. Cut momentum a little bit because I was being overcautious. That is a nice little sequence there, actually, with the ice. Okay. Okay. Luckily, there's a bit of a safety net on a good number of these jumps. Nope. Well, some of them are safe, not all. Whoops. It's okay, still alive. Not alive. And over. Not quite there yet. And here we go. Not quite. We'll get it though. We'll get it. Almost. Yeah, the thing about these interactions is that it is easy for the player to be inconsistent, even though the stage itself is behaving very reliably. Just because tiny changes in positioning can lead you to react to totally different circumstances. Yep. Okay. Surprisingly safe. Okay. Nice to see that the consecutive bounce there actually does work. I don't need the high bounce there, and high bounces after that, and that's pretty much it for getting to the flag. Not too much of an issue. Down we go. Okay. And this sequence follows pretty naturally. Love how the castle is totally snowed under. That's a very nice touch. And we'll continue. Yeah, so this was marked as World 1. The actual World 1 into Super World was marked as World 0 and made more recently, and felt generally harder, in fact. Although we've played a very small sample, of course, of the World 2 here that is named World 1. Interesting. Looks like we need to just get to the claw right away and ride it up with momentum going upwards. Not quite. Need to get into its swing up and then really take advantage of its elasticity. Yeah, no, need to ride it up first, just before I get the second jump button. Actually, no, I think it will pick me up directly. I should be within pickup range naturally, and so, yeah, that's the right idea. Just let it pick me up without trying to jump into the claw, and then jump on a delay when it is on the peak of its forward projection. Easier said than done. I think muscle memory really does play tricks on you here when it comes to being able to withhold the jump until the last moment. It's very tempting to just get jumping and very difficult to break that habit mentally. And so we'll see if we can do it. There we go. Just need a bit of a delay there. There we go. Okay, Thwomp is going to come down. No, I needed to get on the left. Alright. Yep, just need to let it do its job. Well, you are almost horizontal. There we go. No, I actually need to do a soft drop out of that top position. It's going to swing all the way to the right, and I drop. So this is all about taking advantage of the claw when it is virtually at an 80 or even 90 degree position pointing to the right. Everything in this level is about that. Okay, there we go. Probably need to release this swamp here. Spin jump. You just deleted the weird corner? Ah, yes, with the bump up top by that pipe. Yeah, that was one thing that felt a little bit difficult to avoid. In that I think it's highly dependent on the shell release timing that the player chooses going into that segment. Not shell release, sorry, spring release timing. Getting all my movable objects mixed up. Testing your levels with D-pad? Yeah. Yeah, I find that when I build, I also have to remind myself to test with stick, because it also allows me to capture the experience of a bad and unfamiliar player, to be honest. Because I've just never felt comfortable with a stick, as you well know. Okay, here we go. Release this guy. No, spin jump. And I know it's a spin jump. I can see it coming. And yet, not always easy to do that in the spur of a moment. Okay. Nope. Instinctively going for the jump there and remembering halfway through that there is still that muncher on top. Whoops. Well, guess that's one of the reasons I haven't depleted the bank very much. Very generous with the one-up early on at the beginning of the level, just to get you to keep trying. Okay. Just a bit of inaccuracy there on my part. Easy to fix, just not always easy to predict. Every now and then you just have one bad jump in there, and that's what happens. Oops. Okay. Here we are. And on we go. And then, yeah. Next part here is going to be the spin jump. Right idea. I think I just need to crank the jump to the right all the way. Just to get over that gap there. Do I play suggested levels? You're free to suggest one. I'm not formally running the queue today, but you can drop a code anyway and I can take a look. Yeah, the reason I don't run the queue on the weekends is because I go through longer selections that are from my personal list. Like really big puzzle levels and super worlds and so on, and so I don't really guarantee that I can get to people. I do run the regular viewer queue during the weekday streams when I play Mario Maker during some weekdays. And so, yeah, those are explicitly the viewer level streams. This one, not really a viewer level stream, but I am willing to look at stuff on a somewhat more casual basis. And thank you for dropping by in the mainstream. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's a classic mag moment over there. Need to jump into the left in order to get that bounce. And let's go down. And what have we got here? Let's... no, spin jump. Now, of course, if you want to suggest a level because you have a hard time clearing it, do be aware that I'm certainly not a great player. I mean, I'm quite comfortable with most things down to the 1% zone, and some levels below that too, but we're not exactly Kaizo people here. Always willing to give some things a try, though. I think sometimes it's not common enough for people to appreciate the design in things they can't finish. Obviously, if you only see the first room of a level without getting any further, not much you can say about the design, but sometimes I think people get very bitter about things they can't beat. Even when the levels are legitimately very well made. Now, this one's quite nice. Tons of use of the claw momentum. You get some interesting positioning that you ordinarily wouldn't see. Still need to figure out how to jump into that. I think spin jump into it might even be better, just to get the height in the arc. But maybe I do need to let the trampoline do its... Not the trampoline, rather, let the claw do its little backswing. Okay, thanks for the code. And here we go. No, spin jump. The level looks simple yet challenging. It's minimalistic. Okay. I will say that if it's the kind of thing where I have to dodge super tight spaces, like, you know, pixel level spaces, I probably will not do very well. That tends to be the kind of level that I'm worst at. But, you know, difficulty comes in so many forms. Whoops. And even when I can't beat something, I do often like to appreciate what's going on with the design. So, we'll see. I am going to at least clear this one first, though, since we are in the middle of pushing a little further on a super world that I've been working on as a player for the last little while. Not too good at Kaizo jumps. Yeah, neither am I. I mean, I can do single shell jumps these days. When they're consecutive, I really can't get them down, but I'm a little more able to do some of the basic Kaizo stuff than I was even a few months ago. But that's just as a product of some people sending them to me and occasionally grinding at them for way too long. And okay, swing down here. Yeah, I still have to fix up that trampoline jump shortly after this part. Okay, that's okay so far, everything fine. No, it's not going to be spin jump, it is going to be a full jump over, and I need to kind of slip in from below. Because slipping in from below is the only way that the sideways trampolines are going to behave in a way I want. Okay. And let's do that. Okay, slightly late reaction time there, but it worked. And you know, I can let the claw swing back a little further. Actually did get bounced that time, just had a bit of a momentum cut there. Whoops. Yeah, need to let the claw take me a little further up. Okay. And here we are. Yeah, pretty solid set of levels though, this one. Ah, there we go. Yeah, okay, any mainstream, I'll just tap out of this quickly to pull up that code and see what kind of madness we are in for. Now that we have escaped the lure of the claw. The claw is our master. It decides who will stay and who will go. And NGK LF6 JKG. Okay, let's just take a look at what this is all about. Just a warm-up, the musical. Dashi, this has been created in hell by an entity worse than Satan. Good luck. Yeah, I know that Dashi... I only know Dashi by reputation as a streamer who has a... or a YouTuber who has a huge base of children, mostly, who send him stuff all the time, so whenever I see something labeled as a Dashi level, I kind of have a sense that that's what's going on. Somebody trying to impress their YouTube hero with something challenging. But I can't really speak to that directly because I can't say I've ever watched Dashi or had any interaction with them, but clearly something from that fan base. Oh, nice music loading, though. Getting that music loop right away. Yeah, no, I need to do a bit of a short hop past the second bit there. Okay. Need to get on a chomp. Good thing I practiced that with that Rybones level earlier. That was all about the chomp jumps. This seems like a challenge to just beat the timer. And yeah, a little bit slow there. Being slow is a problem because it does, in fact, kind of lock you. Okay. Yeah, actually really happy that we practiced the chomps like crazy just a few levels ago. So yeah, getting down to the door is just a slight accuracy thing, but... And, okay. Actually pretty reasonable level so far. But we'll see if that remains the case. Okay, so... yeah. We'll go up. I didn't really check the bottom right corner. Looks like we have a Yoshi killing area here. And then Yoshi's just going to consistently die. I don't think we can pick up any of the dead Yoshis in any meaningful way. Okay. Looks like... yeah, the upper arrows are only telling me that this is going to go in a loop. Okay. Not too bad so far. Sometimes I just need to get the initial read on things. They're telling me I should expect Kaizo jumps though. It's funny because I didn't get zapped by Blue Mecha in either location on a previous attempt. I wonder how reproducible that timing will be. But we'll find out. A little bit of slowdown around one of the corners there. That's not going to be great news, but we managed to get here. Okay. Yep. Slightly risky timing there, but we made it. Yeah, really do need to go right away. It just took me a moment to register what the change of P state was going to be. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we do mostly run Mario Maker here. Usually a mix of viewer levels on weekdays and big catch-up streams on weekends. We've been doing a lot of escape room puzzles here lately, over the past few weeks. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, boys. I mean, I do stream during a lot of strange times for people sometimes, and when some viewers might prefer a bit of a more mellow experience, so I'm glad people enjoy that. Try not to get too screamy about this game, like some people can when they're really wrapped up in something difficult. But yeah, we'll see what we do with this. Okay. Getting there. Just some accuracy issues to sort out here and there, but kind of like the development of these music loops, even if I don't know what the specific track is. Whoops. Okay, need to cling onto the vine. That is a safe location. The vine on the left side, just need to grab it accurately. I had a few stumbles going through the P blocks there, and so that's just a little thing that I'll need to fix. And we'll see. Still haven't seen some of those Kaizo jumps you're talking about, I think, so we'll just have to be careful with that when we get to some later segments. I mean, 0.5 clear rate, so far it's not really feeling like that on an obstacle by obstacle basis, but some of the segments are, of course, on a lengthier than average side, I think. Which is alright. I actually do like long levels. I mean, that's what it says right in the stream title. But yeah, sometimes your expectations for difficulty when it comes to reading the clear rate do have to be adjusted around a few subjective factors like that. Adjusted around clear time, around checkpoint placement. Also the genre. I mean, I play so many puzzle levels these days, and the thing about puzzle levels is that you cannot trust clear rates at all. And that clear times are usually one of the more important indicators. It's at the top of the lava part, okay. Keep an eye out for it. Whoops. Keep mentally forgetting to adjust to that switch in a P-switch state. Whoops. A lot of depths in this early segment. It's actually not hard to read this timing here. It's actually pretty reasonable. Okay. Let's do that. And we're almost there. In this segment. Yeah, I still find the mecha laser timings a little bit difficult to read sometimes, in that they tend to be quicker than I expect, but you also don't want to be too complacent about that. Okay. So far so good. Oh wow, that's a tricky little location over there. Okay, yeah. And then the lava very slowly comes up and consumes you. Okay, I see. People died there because they have an urge to rush without thinking. Yeah. I can definitely see that being the case. Now, sometimes these are just things that you would work out from finding a method that works and trying to save some time by thinking up a specific pattern or intention that you're going for. But yeah, I barely even noticed that this is rising lava at first. In some ways it's more of a time constraint than the P-switch. Okay, just need to slow down around some of the ice. Got it. Although we still have to race the lava a bit. Whoa! Okay, that's going to be spin jump. Spin jump to get over that until you get the P-switch expiring. And of course, I'm not sure I saw what triggered that. Whether it's dependent on the lava level or just on proximity or any other factor like that, so we'll see. Yeah, I am enjoying this so far, though. I think it's the kind of difficulty that I do find manageable in terms of the style of obstacle that you're dealing with. Yeah, there are definitely certain kinds of difficulty that don't go well with me, but so far this seems reasonable. I mean, of course, I'm not that far. Okay, so let's get the spin jump out of the way. Probably a few of these to deal with before the P-switch expires. And once the P-switch expires, we don't need to worry so much about it because that will close up. Yeah. Okay, that's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot. Because of that muncher timing and the fact that the muncher timing is not really the most visible thing from its camera position at that point. So yeah, we'll just see what we can do with this. Okay. So far, I'm doing okay, I guess. I guess we'll have to see how tight the timing is once we get past the lava segment. Okay, so P-switch activation here. Looks like it's... what if it got locked up here? That's what it interacts with anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess the muncher would actually spawn quite early. And the timing on it would not be 100% reliable, I think. That's a bit of a concern because of thinking of the way that the muncher will be spawning in on a track and whether it will have a reliable timing that can be manipulated. Okay, the Kaiser you have trouble with is just bomb segment? Okay, that's not too bad, actually. If it's just a matter of spinning the bomb over, that's not actually as bad as I feared. It's things with a lot of the item throw, item drop physics that, in a very time-sensitive situation, I find very tricky. Okay. But yeah, I think a lot of it is that there is a certain unpredictability to the muncher timing on that track that is above the bomb sequence. And the unpredictability is coming from how early it actually begins to spawn in. So this is the fastest we can get here is just with the P-switch activation, although it's going to spawn in at a time that depends on your vertical position. Like, it needs to be within that 3-tile spawning range when you are going up. So maybe the muncher is reliable in a way we haven't seen yet. Okay, I need to build a bit more momentum going into that. I'm slowing down too much going into the bomb, and that is precluding me from landing on the second jump further to the right as we follow the bomb along its path. So, just need to build momentum there properly. Should be doing okay, though. Yeah, so Indie Mainstream, I don't know if you play this kind of level very often or how you discovered it or had it recommended. But it's actually not bad. Should look into the maker profile. Particularly for somebody who is part of the notorious Dashi community, which, again, I can't really say much about it either way, but it does come with a bit of a reputation, perhaps. So we'll see. Yeah, kind of a nice, catchy music loop and everything. Catchy in a way that's rhythmically kind of tricky, in fact. Can't say I recognize it, though. Yeah, so there was a bomb trigger to the left side that is based on the lava position. And I see it now. And yeah, this P is based on proximity, so sooner you get here, the better. Okay. Okay, let's not get blown up by the bomb, and let's hit a checkpoint. So is that as far as you've gotten? Because we're doing okay. Doing okay. It was under Twitter, okay. I don't really follow Mario Maker Twitter, but... here's the boss fight. Okay, I gotta watch out for Morton Fire and the Morton Stomp. That seems to be a thing, but... yeah, every time he stomps, we need to get up into the air and also change positions, because the fire is going to move, and it's going to spawn right away from the red pipes. And so, yeah, I think I understand this fight. So we need to not get the fire dropped on us, and when Morton stomps, we switch positions. Maybe not that soon, though. Oh, have to watch out for the Morton Fire in the bottom as well. Yeah, actually kind of a nice level, though. Not a maker I know about or have heard of, but I don't really, once again, interact much with what goes on in Mario Maker Twitter, so maybe that's a bit of a bigger hit there. Okay, I need to change my jump arc here a bit. It is a little bit claustrophobic in this chamber when you fight. Not a lot of horizontal movement, but... yeah, I think I need to wait a little bit before I head over. I am now heading over between the two drop zones. A little bit too early on getting hit along the way, so that's just going to be, oops, one small adjustment we'll have to make. Ooh, I feel like I have to run directly over, though. I can't really... except I can't, because the Morton Stomp is going to cause all kinds of problems. So yeah, no, the bomb's not too much of an issue, to be honest. The muncher over the bomb is more terrifying than the bomb itself, but once you get that jump arc down, it is not too much of a pain to deal with. Oops, yeah, got caught by the stomp. So yeah, here we'll need to find the pattern. No, that's a bad place to be. Being on the right side is maybe a better place to be, though, because, oh, actually, no, because of the way the Morton Fire comes at you directly. But eventually we'll need to get on the right side for the key. Anyway, the key is probably going to come from something automated killing Morton, coming down the conveyor belt on the right side. I think that's pretty clearly going to be the setup. Wow. Yeah, I need to do some shorter jumps when I change positions. I think that's probably the optimization we need to make in order to get this going. I'm going to try to manipulate his projectile position so things are a little safer. Yeah, I gotta let him... I have to be in the air when he stomps, but I should do a nice short jump. So after he lands from the stomp, I can be ready to change positions right away after letting the current round of fireballs drop. That appears to be the method. Like that. Like that. You got it. Oh, got hit by that. Okay, doing better. Once again, I have to watch out for the Morton fire. And we're done. Oh, I guess I didn't really enjoy the music loop with the Hammer Brother at the end. Hey, we can go back and just enjoy that. Just watch. Same idea. And let's not get whacked by the hammer. Okay, we've got more stuff to go. Looks like this is going to enforce losing the mushroom. Now what? Looks like we've got more to do. And we didn't hit a checkpoint after Morton, did we? My goodness, look at that swing. Okay, that's fine. I was saying that I had practiced on those chomps in a level earlier, and I had, but even that level didn't have swings that were nearly that large, so... Okay, playing a little bit safer though. A little bit safer, not entirely. Yeah, it's still a little bit premature here. Just need to fix up the timing into something a little more reliable. But we know we can pass that, so I'm not too worried about it. It's just a matter of cleaning up the execution mistakes and being aware of when we're ready to continue forward. Yeah, a bit of a tight margin sometimes between the outgoing column finishing its fire drop and the incoming column beginning its fire drop. It's, if that's clear at all, I think. Yeah, very tight margin. Just need to do a very nice short jump to dodge to stomp. Yep, just missed a jump there. Yeah, nice short jumps. That's the whole trick. Oh, whoops. I was going for the key too early before the muncher had actually fallen on his head. Just a tiny change in timing should be able to fix that. Yeah, here's the thing, that if I keep the fire flower coming out of this fight, I'm in a much better shape because the required damage from the saw blade should only knock me down to Big Mario, and I will have Super Mario rather, and I still have a bit of an opportunity to continue, a bit of a safety margin at the chomp, but we'll see. Right now, very tight on space here, so. Yeah, fun level though. I'm glad I took the suggestion. Okay. Yeah, just got caught by the stun. And once you fall off the pattern, it's very difficult to get back on, but This was checkpoint 1, wasn't it? The fact that we've only seen checkpoint 1 is hinting to me that we have a lot more to go. Particularly because we did not see checkpoint 2 immediately after Morton. We saw another segment. I am expecting that we'll get a pretty chunky amount of the level in before checkpoint 2, and that there will be some kind of final encounter after that. But we'll see if I'm correct. I mean, I guess a lot of this at this point is probably new to you since you haven't seen what the level looks like past the bomb unless you saw somebody else play. Oh, whoops. Not getting out of position quickly enough. Oh, trying to avoid that once more. Okay. Saved by the invincibility frames on that damage boost while we waited for the muncher to come down. So yeah, if you get over here with the fire flower, you're in great shape because you managed to get out of here with the mushroom, but very difficult, kind of unlikely. Not something we should count on. Nope. Just misread that spot. But yeah, doing that and then heading up to the chomp on the top right is really all we need to take care of. Okay. Yeah, not a lot of room to work with, as you can see. Yeah, once again, I was hoping that that drop would be blocked in time, and it was not blocked. And it's a little bit difficult sometimes to make those timing estimates. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, once again, if we're being pushed by the blasters, it can sometimes throw off whether or not I execute a jump. Oh, you're playing along right now and you just got checkpoint 1. Okay, great, great. Who knows, you might just beat me to it. But yeah, the rising and falling blasters here really do throw off your expectations for where Morton's fire is going to go in terms of figuring out the timing, so... Well, we'll see if we can get this working. Okay. Whoops. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, nice short bounces. Short bounces. And, okay, sometimes trying to defend myself is the thing that causes the most complications. Look, we're actually going to get out of here as Super Mario. Don't know if there will be a progressive power-up. I assume not, and nope, it's just a mushroom. Which means we'll get out of here small. Okay. We are. And then we are through the chomp. First try that time. Now, Flying Ludwig is often a problem, just because his pattern takes him so high. And I will need him dead for the key, but we have to watch over the Cheep Cheeps as well as the Match Koopas eliminating everything underneath. Yeah, fairly lengthy segment respawning before Morton and going forward. I don't mind that. I don't mind long levels, but it is something that will require quite a lot of consistency. And consistency is something that is difficult to manage in this segment in particular. Just because of all the things that can go wrong. There is, I think, a particular pattern that should be reliable 100% of the time, but that's assuming that we can find it and also remember it. I do think there should be a placement that works, though. Although it would require leading the target a bit in terms of controlling the projectile direction. Yeah, because if you don't control the vertical position very well, then Morton's projectiles could seem like they're just everywhere, and I just got a bit trapped on top of the red blaster on that attempt. Okay, nope. Okay, doing okay, doing okay. One more cycle should probably do it, except we got trapped just before, once again, the muncher came down. I don't know if I can count on doing the chomp part that accurately twice. Seemed very lucky that time. Oh no. Being hit pretty hard this attempt. Okay, we've done it. We can do it again. Even Ludwig was not too bad, actually. It's just that it's one of those things where many things can go wrong at once. Okay, nice short bounce, nice short bounce. Just have to stay calm and keep it manageable. There we go. Coming out of here big once again. It would be nice if eventually we got out of here with the Fire Flower, but we'll take what we can get. Yeah, definitely a bit of a variety level when it comes to just packing in a whole lot of different mechanics, but... Okay, interesting that the chomp requires a certain vertical position to spawn, that we were actually too low on a camera at that time, and it did not show up. But when it shows up initially, it dangles in a kind of straight position that may be easier to work with, except you only really get one crack at it. Nope, too early getting to right that time. Yeah, got a bit trapped. Okay. Okay. Nope. And of course, once again, getting sniped right before the muncher was going to come down and put an end to all that. And okay, should be... Oh, really getting dunked on. Okay. Long ways to go, I guess. Nope. Yeah, sometimes just trying to dodge fire coming down to walls is enough to put me into a disadvantageous position and get me into even more trouble. But we'll try to fix that. Oh, got hit by the stun. Yeah, a lot going on in this fight. Okay, got the right idea. Some bad positioning in there, but the right concept. Okay, so... yeah, once again, really tricky to find a good workable timing. Because once you start to make mistakes and improvise, the trouble continues. Okay, almost got out of there safely. Almost. Just have to conserve health for as long as we can here. Okay, that's settled. Yeah, don't know how you're doing on your end so far. I think there are a lot of things that can be reliability issues sometimes when it comes to approaching the boss, but we'll see if we can get that first try on the chain chomp this time. Let's spot it from off camera first. There we go. Get it on the first swing over. That seems fairly reliable. We'll just nuke Ludwig right away. And we better get that mushroom here. And we'll play cautiously. Got him. Now the music continues to develop. Have not seen checkpoint 2 though. And here we just have to get past all that safely. An arrow pointing right. I feel like I have to check this spot here. Okay, Lemmy's gonna bounce you around for a bit. Still no checkpoint. That's a long segment with no checkpoint. I guess maybe the arrow might have pointed me somewhere, but we'll have to track which subworld we're in, I think, in order to determine whether checkpoints are coming. That's okay, I'm used to this kind of length, so I can imagine that some people would be really put off by it, but we don't know how much is left, so... Okay, you're still on Morton? Yeah, that's fine. Morton, there is a method for him. There is a method, but it can be tricky to execute with much consistency. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that pipe next to Lemmy. I probably should have checked the pipe first in case it did supposedly take me to a checkpoint. I feel like I might have unexpectedly skipped a checkpoint just from trying to explore. I just have a bit of a feeling. But at the same time, why would you place it there if... You know, why would you not just place it on a required path earlier? Would be my question to the developer. I'm asking myself that because I'm trying to determine whether going for Lemmy first was a particularly bad move. Yeah, did not take long to figure out Ludwig, at least. Okay, almost. Yeah, so this vertical spacing can be quite tight here. But yeah, a short jump to get yourself out of the stomp. And then a very short jump to just fit into a gap between the two columns of fire that will be simultaneously active. That seems to be the method. Okay, actually keeping the fire flower longer than we ever have before. Oh, actually getting out of here with the fire flower. That's going to be a major step forward. Actually kind of makes me think that I'll probably get hit when I jump onto Chomp, though. Still, best attempt yet. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's a block there that prevents you from moving in while big, except you could slide under that, but only if you know that that's what's happening. I never quite like power checks like that, though. You know, I feel like I should be rewarded for doing that well. Barely getting around to Chomp, but we did it. Okay, same kind of method. We'll take Ludwig that way. Yeah, got thrown off a little bit by the cheap pattern. But with Ludwig, grabbing the mushroom on the right side is definitely going to be part of what you want to do. Oh, missed the jump that I was going for. Wanted to do a very short bounce there, just to get into a safe position. It's okay. Getting a little better at Morton, at least. So, not in terrible shape. But we'll see how we do. Okay, this is going to spawn. We take this. And, yeah, spawn a Chomp. That's not too bad after a few successful attempts. Whoa, okay. Did not get zapped in that position by Ludwig before, so that was a little unexpected. Given that it seemed quite safe to get him on the first cycle. The last few times we were there. Oh, whoops. Yeah, projectile positioning always going to be giving us a bit of grief. It's okay, we can still make it. Okay. So much for that. Doing fine here. Next thing is just getting over the Chomp up top without any significant issues. Here we are. Okay, Ludwig. Yep. Oh, nope, got hit. It's unfortunate, but not too big a deal. Okay, next thing is dealing with the Lemmy room. I will actually check the pipe first this time in case it's actually a good thing, which I wasn't totally able to trust. Look at that, there totally is a checkpoint there. I just skipped it completely the first time because, you know, that tends to be my playstyle. When I see instructions, I just openly defy them. And that's how I've always played. Which is probably why I don't do too well with indicator-based systems. Okay, got that. Oh, whoops. Bad place to bump my head, but we are right at a checkpoint, so not going to be too concerned about that. Oops. Well, getting quite a bit further at least. Very much a variety castle, this one. I'm actually kind of impressed by how much was packed in, given that you have some entities that are already taken up by music tracks, and it's a pretty sizable level. Okay, let's be careful. Let's watch our headroom. Needed to watch the firebar timing in advance of launching. I was hoping that I would just do a short jump over the firebar when we were going over there, but it's a bit risky, and I think we just need a good timing going into it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not too big a deal. No, once again, I had to watch the firebar. Let's not be impatient. We should let the firebar pass and then sail over. No need to be impatient there. Okay. Doing fine with this session so far. I say that, of course, just as I jinxed myself. Should have just hung left as hard as I could to make a desperate stab at the vine. And we'll just bounce our way over. Yeah, the technical demands of this level are not that high, it's just that I'm pretty sure the clear rate is coming mainly from length. It's definitely one of those cases. Okay, here's a precision segment. I don't do well at these, but I was trying to spin jump there, but yeah, just a bit late on that. Yeah, that kind of thing is what I'm bad at. I'm not too fond of either. Just tons of spikes everywhere. Usually don't do too well with that stuff. Yeah, not sure if you are past Morton by now. Felt like I had more or less mastered that pattern by the time I was done with it. Even if I was not doing it very reliably, I did understand what the strategy should be, which is important. Okay, here, got it as well. Let the firebar pass, and then on to the precision segments. Okay. Yeah, it'll be jump, jump, and then duck. Just need to control my horizontal momentum a bit. And we'll see. Just getting some bounces strategically placed. Yeah, that feels pretty reliable, that segment there. Okay. And why would you hit the on switch? I don't know. I see. We should let the thwomp hit first and then go. And I just didn't activate it because the thwomp was on the backswing. So no chase for me, although, oh, okay. I actually do need the chase, don't I? Unless there's something activated by proximity, I'll check it. This spot looks rough, like when I'm doing this under time pressure. Okay, we have to activate the font. Let's go back. Looks like I slightly outsmarted the level. But it means we'll get a bit of a head start as long as we don't get stuck in this guy. This 1 pixel nonsense. Not pixel, but 1 block nonsense, I would say. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here's the trouble spot. 1 tile jumps, absolutely miserable. Everything up to that point, though, fairly manageable. Not something I'm too concerned about, but... yeah, we do need to launch the thwomp. Yep, bit of a marathon, but sure we can get it. I guess the music is slowly being layered. Once again, I can't say I recognize it, but I wasn't reading the description on that very carefully either. Okay. Yeah, we'll retract the thwomp first. Then... okay. Try to get a bit of distance here. Yeah, the 1 tile jump. You're just guessing, but you bet the music is randomly made in this without too much thought? I don't know. The rhythm is kind of catchy. But it's kind of true that maybe the cycles here, like, yeah, they just give you a series of pitches, but... and the way they're set up just gives you the same consistent intervals. Like, they'll be at different pitches, but they'll be at the same distance from each other on the loop. I don't know, I mean, it's not really an elaborate music track or anything. It's not the kind of thing you would put in a serious showcase, but there's clearly some thought put into creating some kind of rhythm you could rock out to. So just a warm-up, the musical. Yeah, definitely trying to sell itself as a music level. World record of a little under 4 minutes, which is kind of in line with what I'm seeing. It does mean that we're fairly close to the end, I think. We're past checkpoint 2 anyway. Tempest Funk, I am kind of impressed that you've been staying with us all this time. But anyway, we'll get over here. You did say you were West Coast, and I am absolutely not somebody to judge nocturnality. Okay, we have to figure out this 1 tile gap here. This is not great. This guy here. This guy. Yeah. I should practice on that. And the way to practice on that is to do what I did earlier and outrun the thwomp. Until I can rehearse that specific pattern, find a really good positioning, and then go back to the thwomp while saving myself a lot of time, and perhaps even a lot of grief. Sucked into making a level, yeah. Always love that feeling, and yeah, process of making a level really kills my Switch battery like nothing else. Actually kind of healthy for the battery, I guess. Particularly because I only ever do making in the handheld mode. Cannot really stand a controller interface. Okay, we're gonna get past that. Let me just rehearse this. See if I can find a position. Yeah. I can't jump right next to it. I need to be a little bit out. I don't think crouching makes much of a difference, but let's try to get in from this side and see how I can fall in with a good pattern like that. Yeah. So you go over, and then through. No. Let me see here. Okay, over and through. I kind of have a method. Not a great method. Probably won't work very well under time-sensitive conditions, but it works. And we just get up on a donut blocks and try not to drop them. Although at that point, spin jumps will also come to the rescue. Let's get ahead. Of course, we get stuck at the first jump. Would I be able to short spin jump in that spot? Into the one tile gap? I think I will head over there and try to rehearse that. Like, I'll give it a look to see if that is more reliable. But yeah, that's how you can tell I don't really play precision stuff. You're trying to make a looping music level and you're learning a lot about track speed, so... Yeah, so Tempest Funk, I take it you're probably aware of some of the resources for that that already exist, given that a couple of the people behind looping music do show up to this stream from time to time, and are kind of a tight-knit streaming community in their own right. Did I know items on a 1x5 will cycle faster than a 3x3? I actually don't think I did, in spite of playing around with a lot of track timing. On a 1x5, oh okay, but only because they cycle though. I'm trying to visualize why that might be, but... Yeah, track timing is something with a ton of finesse to it. Oh, so it's funny because you were commenting on this thing being made randomly without much thought. Because, of course, you were probably working on a much more elaborate looping music design that, you know, made this look like peanuts in comparison. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing here, the way it's turning a corner around one tile. Yeah, I guess by 1x5 or 3x3 you're talking about the number of track pieces. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think maybe something to do with the way it's turning the corner, but I'll have to think about that and see if anybody else might know the answer to that, because I mean, I don't know the answer. I have a rough idea of who I should ask about this sort of thing. Okay, anyway. The confirmation sounds in your combination locks, I don't know that I paid that much attention to the confirmation sounds, to be honest. Apart from the one locking system in Well, apart from the use of the effects of the locking systems to show you which exits you're being pointed towards, particularly in the dark combination lock entry that was in Escape Room 4. But yeah, I guess you did have that looping picture music clue that was in 4. Okay. There's definitely some sense to how they're rhythmically arranged, though, so... Okay, let's practice the jump that we were talking about. Try to get the spin jump going. Nah. It's not a great solution. Maybe it is. Actually, it's much better. But you have to be very precisely half a tile away. And if you let up of the dash in this segment, then yeah, it's slightly more reliable, I think. It's worth a shot. Worth a shot. Okay. Of course, getting trapped in some of the easy stuff, not a very good start. Okay. Got that emergency spin jump right at the end. Okay, here's Larry. Okay. Got him. And just needed to read the skewer well enough to get the boo down. Okay, now we have to not get bumped or hammered. And that's fine. Another P running segment, okay. Ooh, yikes. Oh no. Yeah, I know we just developed a method to get through one tile gaps like that, and I just panicked at that. But that's okay, because if we come back here, the P-switch should be restored. I think. Oh, except you get crushed, okay. Fine. Hey, we made a fair amount of progress, actually. But, yeah, that's why, you know, I find a lot of that one-tile precision stuff to be just a least enjoyable form of difficulty. You know, Kaizo tech that you'll never be able to do, okay. Sure, you'll never be able to do it, but you can definitely see how practicing and mastering it might come as its own reward. Getting past one-tile gaps, or worse, micro-pixel gaps. Something that I just don't really see the value of. I mean, occasionally I see a level that uses it well, but not very often. Very rarely, actually, I would say. I still find it a very interesting kind of difficulty because, you know, you don't actually have anything to talk about when it comes to design. Anyway, Iggy's a total pushover. It was Iggy, by the way, not Larry. I don't know why I said Larry earlier. Yeah, that's not a hard fight. You just need to get out of hammer range. Okay. Got it. Yeah, one-tile gaps like that. It's okay, we'll just respawn from checkpoint. Everything is fine up to that point. Everything is manageable. We'll get it eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a bit of a scatterbrained, messy kind of level in places, but also one that was clearly thought out in some ways, just not at a very precise level. You know, that it doesn't have a lot of fine-tuning to it, but it does have a lot of stuff. And it is fun. Like, I wouldn't stay on it for this long if I didn't think that I was making meaningful progress with things that I could control. Okay, started that too close. Yeah, cannot stand the one-tile gaps. But okay, bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, so far so good. Nope, just missed the bounce there that I wanted. That's okay. Right at the checkpoint. Not going to be too fussed about that. Okay. Just some poor judgment there. We previously didn't have too much trouble with this segment, so I'm not overly worried, but let's take a look. Okay. Fine so far, just need to get into that position here. A little bit risky that time. Slightly losing my grip on the way we were doing that, but... Okay. Not too big a deal here. Okay. A little bit slidey on my part here. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Okay, that actually worked. Didn't even need to spin jump on top of him that time. Okay. Even got out of here as Super Mario this time, which is actually going to be a bit of a problem unless we slide under. Yeah, actually, I do need to hit the spike and let that turn me small. Once again, not really fond of damage checks like that to reset the player. I do think that players should be rewarded for keeping power-ups, but sometimes designers just cannot be bothered to de-cheese things. That's one of the traditional Mario principles I really do think people need to abide by more often, is just, you know, let people keep their power-ups unless there's a very strong mechanical reason not to do so. Because it is the designer's responsibility to account for the different power-ups that you can retain. Yeah, the clear time on this is going to be spectacular when we do see it, but I don't think it's pulling the full 99 minutes on the clock yet. We're not that far over, but it is going to be one heck of a time, partly because of that checkpoint we inadvertently skipped, which added quite a few minutes in its own right. Okay. Missing some jumps here. One tile gaps being awful, as always. Just very consistently awful. I mean, not so bad if you're not under time pressure and you have some time to work it out with some finesse, but actually no, even when you're not under time pressure, I just don't think they add a whole lot of value. Okay. Here we are. Kind of a nice chase sequence, at least. Oh, whoops. Did not expect to drop the donut block. That was one instance where I was actually just up in the donut blocks much too early. I can actually wait until the thwomp is nearly in that position if I want to make it over safely. That was actually the best I've ever done at traversing that segment, and that was not actually to my advantage. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, once we start hugging the edge like that, that just becomes a panic move. I guess I just don't have a very consistent method for that worked out, whereas somebody who is an experienced precision player would. They would have a much more concrete idea of what to do. Okay, here we are. And what do we got here? Okay. Yeah, once you're up against the edge like that, I think one has to keep one's cool a bit and step back away from the wall and give it just a little bit of room in order to make that jump. And it's kind of hard to do that because everything is sort of encouraging you to push as hard as you can because of the time pressure that's coming from the thwomp closing in on the left side. Anyway, here we go. Oh wow, standing a bit close once again. Yeah, we've lost a pretty substantial amount of progress entirely due to two different one-tile gaps. All the other stuff is pretty manageable, like Iggy is not hard. Not really a problem at all, in fact. Kind of get the sense that this level is going to make me fight all the Koopalings plus Bowser by the time I'm finished. I'm sort of impressed it even has this much space to work with. Yeah, very much a variety show here. Yeah. I mean, considerable stretches of this level are very reasonable, and then you hit stuff like the one-tile gaps. Which, you know, I find it unbelievable that there are people who are into that kind of thing, but apparently they are. Okay, that's not too bad. We can get that most of the time. Yeah, need to not slide around too much, momentum-wise. Oh my goodness. Anyway, not too hard to get back there at least. This is the same level, yes. It's we're much further along, but I've been dying repeatedly to two one-tile gaps that are near the end. It's just very long. We also lost a lot of time earlier to accidentally skipping a checkpoint. But yeah, you bet it's the same level. We are past checkpoint 2. I think it was reasonably close to the end, it's just that getting through one-tile margins was not really the kind of thing I can do. And I don't mean these guys here, I mean, well, you'll see in a moment. Okay. This is fine, this is fine, this is not great, this guy is terrible, this... Okay, and then we lost too much speed there and didn't manage to get up to the donut blocks. I actually had one very good attempt earlier where I got up to the donut blocks too quickly. But... yeah. I mean, I don't mind super long extravaganzas, it's just that this is one that has a lot of ambition tied up in a lot of occasional sloppiness. But mostly enjoyable. Mostly enjoyable, even the very densely packed boss fights are actually not bad fights. By any means. Morton's fight was perhaps a little claustrophobic for its own good, but other than that... yeah, I gotta read the swamp range here. Okay, there we go. Very rare success there, and we still have one more really tricky one-tile gap to go after that one. Okay. There we go. A bit risky with that pattern this time. Okay, here's the rough part. This guy here. It's going to be a one-tile gap that is on the top level. And it is miserable. This one here. Yeah, look at that. I see the arrows on the left side pointing down slope. I don't know what they're pointing towards, but I think I'm fairly close to the end. It's just two consecutive one-tile gaps in the course of one section. I don't even mind the length of everything else. The length of everything else is fine. It's just that, you know, having two precision checks like that. for something as notoriously unreliable as getting through one space. Ooh, I've never actually died there. That's a first. But yeah, I guess I have been on this one for a while now. Probably taking longer than I did on the escape room, actually. Okay. Well, the sunk cost fallacy works wonders. And to be honest, some of the early stuff was pretty good. Okay. Okay. No actual advantage to keeping the mushroom out of here. Might as well just take the hit. So we don't have to deal with getting hit by the spike here. Okay. E-switch segment once again. Yeah, if you just flub one jump here, you're pretty much going to be dead. Because this guy here. Maybe if I have a direct way of jumping in from here. I don't know where people get the idea that that kind of thing is ever going to make a level not worse, shall we say. It's very difficult to find a circumstance where getting through a one-tile gap actually improves the level. I don't think I've ever actually seen one that I wouldn't rather just take out. Then that's why I don't play Precision. Well, apart from that one underwater oceanic garbage level, that was the P-Balloon Precision level, that one was actually a decent one, which I feel like I do want to return to in one of the Backlog streams, even if it takes me an awful amount of time to get through. But, okay. Let's actually trigger this guy. Yeah, definitely meant to be an exciting chase sequence here. Okay, I actually made it through. But the timing for the next segment after that is actually more punishing, I think, so. Okay, easy. Let's just take damage here. We'll need to do it anyway. Let's not get crushed. Let's do this nonsense. Got it. Now, why would I want to do that? Let me inspect this. Oh, okay, that's just a Yoshi Death Factory. That's been happening a few times. This is not the only spot in the level that has a Yoshi Death Zone. Okay, so here's Boom Boom. I'm gonna have to do a lot of spin jumping here. I think spin jumping is fine. Ultimately, we want to actually zap Boom Boom. Oh, well, actually no. We want Boom Boom to get hit by spiny shells, in fact. Want to get over spikes but I want to leave the spiny shells alive. So Boom Boom gets hit. Oh, wait. There we go. Slightly threatening there. Oh, now we have Junior. Okay, just stay cool, don't choke. And that's a clear. I will very begrudgingly give it a like. I think were it not for the one-tile gaps, this would be a significantly more enjoyable experience. But yeah, no, it was just that stuff in the last segment. Obviously, a lot of players are going to object to the length. The fellow who sent me this earlier, I don't know if indie mainstream actually stayed here. I think they actually did have to ditch. I'm not clear on that. But anyway, good luck to them. I'm going to check the clear statistics on this. Actually, I saw it was at about a 0.5. Just a warm-up. I wonder who else has been on this. Yeah. Notice that Dashi, for whom it was made, did not give it a like. But did give it a clear. Anyway, we managed. Now, I'm not going to be on for much longer. I'll see if I can close with something a little bit more advisable to end on. I've got quite a lot in here that I can look at for my gigantic pile of codes. Let's take a look at yeah, Redux, I just got it about a minute ago. We did manage to get it. Really, the only obstacles were the one-tile gaps that we were struggling with at the end. Yeah, okay, what was I going to look at? There was something specific. You know what, let me just grab it out of my recent list. Because yeah, so we were about a third of the way through the new Rybones world. Hey, asking for it. Yeah, asking for it. You know what? We can take a look at yours briefly if it's not something that's too complicated. I didn't see you on earlier when we were trying to get this code on. But I've been looking for something to kind of finish up with anyway, so. Just your maker code. Yeah, sure. Since you're here, we may as well close with something. I don't know if you have a particular recommendation. I do like the thumbnails. The thumbnails are quite nice. Luigi at the furry convention? Yeah. Yeah, considering that we just spent a great deal of time on the previous level that somebody else had suggested to me, it would be nice to close with some of the lighter stuff, like this one where Luigi, aka Professor Piddles the Wolf, meets up strangers in a $500 fursuit. Well, we'll see. I mean, you know, it looks like the kind of thing where amiibo costumes with the mystery mushroom and Maker 1 would have significantly helped. Okay, we can grab the leaf, because that's the furry costume, I guess. So here's FurCon. That looks like a place where we'll drop. I do see the pipe that's on the left side here. I wonder if that's accessible. No, that's just a leaf. You like the music loop, by the way. That's a cute music loop. Oh, whoops. That's a not so cute consequence of standing inside the music loop. Oh, and there's semi-solids to stand on anyway. It's not complicated, you say, but, you know, this is exactly the kind of scenario where you would wind up changing your social media profile to say, it's complicated. I don't recognize the music, but it's catchy. Probably some kind of furry fandom thing I don't know about, but perhaps. I don't know. And this guy's gonna get bumped. We'll get a snowball, because why not? You never know why. Where one of these might come in handy. I mean, look at this bomb right. Oh, whoops. No, you can just whip it with a tail, actually. But not when you're tall. Probably just drop a bomb there, then. Okay. Okay. I don't even know why I did that, but it just dropped the chomps. Your own music, okay, kinda neat. And hey, I think it's probably the Roman numeral 9 game, right? I kind of call you 9 game. Welcome to the stream. We're actually going to be wrapping up pretty soon, but seeing some closing levels in the meantime. Whoops. It dropped chomps because now it's crying. Yeah, I see. It's a big cat with the googly cat eyes. Really googly eyes, in fact. Like the sort of aesthetic effect there of having the fuzzy shells inside the snowballs to signify that. You know, if you miss and only blow up the hard block and don't hit the on-off switch, you are in all kinds of trouble. Anyway, so you got the Furrycon music loop. It's gonna knock that guy out. Well, I guess I actually do have to take some damage here. Oh, no, 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 no. Sneak out. Oh, LX. Okay, I totally read that as IX for the number 9. So, anyway, LX, yeah. Okay, so bomb is going to chase us right outside of the pipe that leads us here in the first place. Looks like we should break out the right side to get to the goal. Whoops, no, I was trying to break out the right side, but just bumped my head on the one-way panel. Luckily, right after a checkpoint. So yeah, we'll just break out the right. Looks like we're by the goal curtain. That was a fairly simple experience, but at the same time, look at how Tanuki Mario, or I guess Raccoon Mario, is just kind of burying his head in shame at the very end. Yeah, we can probably do one more if it's something relatively simple. Do you have anything in particular you would like to see while you're here? I mean, I guess a lot of this is music artwork. But I do have time to do one or two more of these if they're about the same scale and about the same difficulty. Wonderland, your other newest one? Okay. Yeah, it looks like you've been cranking it out these levels really quickly, actually. Just getting them down almost day by day. Sure, let's take a look at Toadette in Wonderland. Insanity builds fear. Fear builds insanity. Toadette's schizophrenic spiral. I'm going to play this as Mario, but I'm sure that only sends Toadette even further down her schizophrenic spiral. Now that she believes she's Mario. Anyway, here's a Maisie Daisy over here. Kind of a cute music track here, too. A lot of flowers. And, oh, what's going on here? It's like a blue block palace of some sort. And yeah, just gonna fly around a bit. No particularly good reason. Icicles, of course, just out of camera range, and that's enforced by the one-way panels. Not much else to do here. Door number 1. And the doors look like they're probably both matched to this location. Oh, this is a jamming little track here. Yeah, I like the music track to this section. Now, how shall I interpret this? This is just probably the big caterpillar from Wonderland, or Wonderland in this case. Okay. And yeah, here's some eyes on this guy. You know, I don't think I actually knew that the feather had that kind of movement in the night theme. I guess all power-ups are repelled, but it's just not an interaction I ever thought about. Whoa, yeah, look at that wide swing on the feather. I am, of course, going to check around a little bit, just to see how things are going, and see if we can fly too close to the rain, although it seems not. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually seen very many of these artwork levels, but then I guess it's usually not the demographic that submits to me very often, so kind of nice to see this as a break from the other stuff I've been doing. Yeah, we did a couple of excerpts of harder platforming super worlds earlier in the stream, plus one excellent escape room, which was a finale to a whole series of escape room puzzles, and so this is just completely different counter-programming to everything that has gone on so far. Anyway, let's just do this simple thing and bop him 3 times. Float around with a feather a bit until such time as we're no longer able to. It's got such a lengthy pattern, though. Spinning teacups and a Mad Hatter. Yes, of course. Of course. A Mad Tea Party. Yeah, that's a really neat usage of the Wiggler pattern just to down here. And once again, kind of a cool music track. Really rocking out in this place. Now let's not get crushed by the blocks. Like when you do leave the music blocks exposed like that, that is going to be a bit of a risk. That as the player I do have to go out of my way to avoid a bit, but anyway, here's the big loading zone for more music. And yeah, I'm guessing that one-way panels are mostly there to just enforce the rain effect. Oh hey, here's another cat. We're just going to remove all the panels from the cat. And the moon. And oh, I guess it's like the Cheshire Cat, right? Because of the smile. Yeah, that's right. And hey, it's Gregkowski. So yeah, Gregkowski, we finished the last episode of the Tempest Funk Escape Room series at the beginning of the stream. And since you're here, we can probably look at something. I won't be on for very long. I was going to wind down, but we can look at one of the shorter puzzles. Maybe not one of the super escape rooms. But, yeah, thanks for dropping by with these, asking for it. You're always welcome to come by the actual viewer submission streams as well to put me through a few more of these. So, Grakowski, I guess that means you slept through everything, slept right through it. Yeah, let me just grab your profile quickly. Somewhere down here. So yeah, I know that you said you had this escape. I don't know if you have a specific recommendation for something that I can do relatively quickly. I mean, I know you have a lot of the logic puzzle rooms that are actually fairly compact. But I don't know if you have a specific recommendation just based on what you know. Oh, you just wanted to pop in and say hi? No, I'll play something though. Like, it would be good to finish up on something quickly. Just maybe not a massive pen and paper escape room, that's all. Throne of Antiquity. Oh, sure, let's just take a look at this one. Silent Sentinel, it's short and sweet, 30 seconds. What secrets do you conceal under your frozen crown? Reach the goal after grabbing all 2 coins. These 2 coins here, so they're frozen. We need to... Probably, if you blow them up with a bomb, I think you can probably do it, right? So why don't you just... I need to remove the stump first, don't I? But let's just poke around here and see what everything is, and just reveal all of the concealed information. SMB2. Yeah, that gives me access to the Master Sword. On-off switch does what? Let me stop this thing. Ah, okay. So, yeah. Not sure what I actually need it for, but let me just grab Link. Does blowing up ice coins collect the coin? No, it doesn't. I was wondering about that. Okay, so let's rethink what the solution is going to be then, because it will be some kind of melt. Could be that mushroom is a conditional power-up giving you a flower. It could also be something else entirely in terms of breaking blocks, but okay, so on-off switches I have not used yet. Interesting. Oh, we lost the coins entirely, so let me just rethink that. So that contains mushroom. This contains SMB2. However, I don't know if the mushroom is a progressive power-up, and if it would spawn something like a flower, say. And it does. And so, yeah, we need the same interaction to... exact same interaction to drop the spiny hat. I'm sure that tapping it with the Master Sword probably isn't the intended solution, given that we never actually have to interact with the on-off switch. But we'll do it anyway. Yeah, kind of feel like the Master Sword tap was not intentionally in a way, although we do need to be small, don't we, to get in here, so maybe so. In that, I need to use the fire flower and then lose it. I didn't know that you couldn't do the slide here, except we can perhaps do something with the stump repositioning. Yeah, I didn't know that was inaccessible. Oh, I guess because it is under the axe. And so I would want to collect this somehow. Curious. Okay, so chop stump, yeah, because if it's at the base of the axe, then I need to figure out how it's collectible and how I can melt the ice first while retaining access to it. Presumably using something like the Master Sword to fire arrows into it or something. Anyway, we know about the conditional power-up now. That is actually a major piece of progress. We also don't know what this is for when it comes to how the spiny drop is going to work. I guess the idea behind it would be that we would, for instance, place the stump on top of the on-off, such that when you tap this, it would drop the spiny head on top of you, and therefore that does not require the Master Sword. Yeah, because then I can do this in advance. Do this. The sword would therefore be pushed up to the top position, and it would remain in place so we can grab the fire flower first. Okay. So... Oh, except I needed to hit this in order to raise the fire flower first. Okay, yeah. Okay, pretty straightforward. Just a matter of doing a little bit of the error correction along the way. So let's do this. Let's next do this. And... okay, let's get rid of the cloud. So the Master Sword is going to be accessible. Spawn the fire flower. Drop this, grab the hat. Grab the fire flower. I guess not. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about the fire flower being raised like that. Quite possibly I needed to leave the cloud in place, such that the Master Sword would also get pushed up further. Or not, because it's in the current position where the cloud used to be. I feel like maybe something could have been done with the stump positioning in terms of, dropping the stump on this stuff somehow, and... Oops, not like that though. Okay. Yeah, because ideally I want the sword to stay in place, and I want the flower to drop. So what happens if I drop the stump on top of the sword? It should crush it though, so I don't think that will be it. Yeah, and I don't want to grab the sword first because I feel like I will need to use it to collect the coins after the flower is already consumed. So supposing, yeah, because here's the issue that I have right now is if I hit this once, then the flower spawns. If I hit it twice to break it, then the flower moves up. And I need it to be in 2 separate locations. Let's leave the cloud in place then. I think the flower is still going to intersect with the sword, though. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah. What has priority if I try to grab this? Both, okay. Thought so. Okay, so know what that's all about. Probably I need to move the stump and use the stump interaction somehow to manipulate what's going on with the sword. Or find some way to spawn the flower while also having it come into a lower position. The way to do that well, it would be something like this. Except once we grab the spiny hats, well, then we lose access to hitting this guy, so... Okay, so this is something I do have to check. Supposing I do this... Should probably crush the sword, right? If I just drop it in the hole. No, it doesn't. Okay, no, that's the solution. The flower is blocked. Except we need to grab the spiny hat first. And then we do this. Okay, just gonna grab it on the edge here. Okay, that was just a central insight that we needed in order to make this work. And let's just try to drop it in accurately. Need to stand it over to the side a little bit. Whoops. There we go. Okay. And then, there we go. Yeah, I was wondering if I was able to do that. That was very much an unknown. Now, does the bomb work? No, it just destroys the coin. Let me see, does the sword tab work? Yes, it does. So we just do the sword tab. Okay, pretty simple. Okay. Grab this. Raise this. Get this. Get this. Drop. Fire. And we use the sword tap to finish. using the crouch jump. Done. And thank you for the GGs. Yeah, lots of these to get through. Including some other ones that are short and sweet, but I think we've really pushed this stream to the limit of what I can handle today, though. We had some very lengthy experiences earlier on. Kind of a good variety to this week's set, though, as usual. And yeah, I'll have to start running some of these streams, some puzzle-oriented or backlog-oriented streams at perhaps slightly more reasonable times for NA viewers. And so people like Rakowski can see more of these levels in action. But in the meantime, we will be back with some viewer levels this week. This tends to be a fairly regular weekend feature, but we'll see if it continues into October. Particularly because we have a lot of other games that we may be looking at in the meantime. Still, I do intend to run 1 or 2 viewer level sessions a week, as before, at least. Scheduling details, as always, are going to be announced in advance on the Discord. And yeah, thank you for everybody for dropping by. We will be taking a look momentarily at whether there is somebody that we can greet with a raid. Usually, of course, somebody doing Mario Maker, although I think tons of Mario players are all engrossed in 3D All-Stars this weekend, so I'll browse around for a moment and see what's going on. Meanwhile, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me, whether you've just been here for the last few levels or for much longer. And we will see you next time. Those of you interested in sticking around for the raid, just give me a minute while I browse. And apart from that, have a good morning or a good afternoon or evening, etc. And fare thee well.